As I want to call out the limited edition apparel, the link is in the description. As I've spoken about before, the limited edition apparel is apparel that I basically come up with. So some of the designs suck, some of them not so much. It's a weird thing. The ones that I think are going to do really well usually don't. The ones I think aren't going to do really well do really well. Either way, they're all limited runs, so it changes, every single month. But all limited edition items are tri-blend material with, the cut that everybody wants now that's a little bit tighter on their arms so they can show off how big their fucking arms are. The limited edition items directly support the podcast. So head over, pick up your shirt today. Could be a hoodie, could be shorts. We got these ball hugger shorts right now, which I would never wear, but I was told they were super popular. But you know what? They were wrong because they're still sitting there and I probably should discount them right now. Anyhow, if you want to see the discount on the ball hugger shorts, head over to the limited edition apparel, link in the description box. Hey guys, if you're a strength athlete, coach, trainer, or practitioner, the Swiss Symposium in Columbus, Ohio at the Easton Town Center, time's running out. It's October 21st, and we have a $200 discount running right now. As I said, seats are starting to fill. So head over to elitefts.com, register today.
Today's episode is brought to you by elitefts.com. Founded in 1998 with the primary aim to live, learn, and pass on. Please help Elite FTS support this mission by smashing the like button, leaving a comment, sharing with a friend, and thinking of us for your training needs. If you can put it in a gym bag or load weights on it, Elite FTS has it.
What's going on? I'm Dave Tate. We are broadcasting from the middle of the Elite FTS weight room, where the underground still thrives and you're part of the crew. It's time to sit down, keep it real, and cut the bullshit. Welcome to Table Talk. All right, guys, we're back with another episode of Table Talk. Today, my guest is Chad Aichs. Chad was on before, but I don't know if I gave him a proper introduction. So what I'm going to say is Chad is the founder, owner of Courage Barbell apparel, podcast, all kinds of stuff. We're going to talk about the podcast a little bit later. Competed from 2002 to 2014. Highest placing was second in the WPO, which I'm going to try not to look and say it was 2007. Is that right?
Something
you
like
don't
that.
even know. That's awesome. Yeah, 2007, because I made a note of it. And he's been part of Team Elite FTS, where I don't even want to say because it's almost scary, because it's almost 20 years, since 2005. So I have some topics I want to go over, but most of this is just going to be bullshitting about different stuff, and we're just going to kind of go from there. I'm going to jump off with what we were talking about before the podcast even started. So you're talking about most athletes don't take into account all the other systems in their body outside of just the muscular system when it comes to training. Mm-hmm. Elaborate.
Mostly looking into, with my background in depression, that's always been something near to me. But recovery is something I've been looking into too. And I've been looking at like HRV, velocity. The recovery to me is the key. Everybody wants to talk about training. Hardly anybody wants to talk about recovery, although I think that's changing. And that recovery is not just the recovery of the muscles. We have, I think it's 11 systems in our body. If my digestive system is overtrained, then the nutrients that I'm getting in is not doing what it needs to do to help my recovery. If my central nervous system is not working right and I'm messing up the chemicals in my brain through my lymphatic system, I'm not thinking right. And my biggest thing for that is we can, and I have to separate this because I tend to talk about high-end athletes. Mm-hmm. The vast majority of people who lift weights just need to work harder.
Oh, yeah.
And they need to learn what intensity actually is.
Yeah.
But the vast majority of intense lifters and strength athletes, I almost think they have an addiction issue. We have an addiction issue. But they tend not to look at all this other stuff, and they don't look at how their whole body is functioning. They're like, well, my muscles are good. I'm still getting stronger. And I'm like, yeah, but you're in depression. Like, it's obvious and everyone can see it. And now that you're depressed, you're making stupid decisions. And you can't think straight. And so you just keep pushing yourself, and you just keep ignoring shit, and you keep compartmentalizing shit where it's training, lifting, instead of going, wait a minute, like, what's the point of being in the gym? The point of being in the gym is to stimulate growth. That should actually be, what is the minimum amount that I need to do to stimulate growth? No, get the fuck out of the gym and let shit recover.
That can go sideways though. So who do you want to talk about first? Like the average gym goer or the elite athlete?
Oh, the average gym goer needs to ignore what I just said.
Okay. So let's just stay with the person that's on the higher end of that, because what I see is sometimes they will reduce their volume work capacity, however you want to define that. And so they'll reduce that, then they get stronger. And then they think that's the answer. But that's also how you peak for a meet. You pull everything out. So then when they pull all that stuff out over a period of time, their work capacity decreases, physical work capacity. So then they can't recover from the 4 sets they do. Because at one point in time, they were able to recover from 15 sets. Now, 15 sets is probably too much. So there always the answer is somewhere in the middle.
Oh, definitely. But every one thing affects everything else.
But that's the path that ends up happening, is they start looking for the least effective dose, which can end up being confused with what you do when you peak for a meet.
Yeah, but see, that this is kind of the whole problem right here, is you have so many different things in play. So my first thought to what you said is like, yeah, well, the GPP stuff doesn't have to be crazy. You can keep a person in good shape without doing insanity.
Well, you know, I get that. I'm talking just the heavy lifts, right? So, and this changes as you get stronger too. You know this because you squatted fucking 1,200.
I know. And if you look through my past and you track what my training was, I was actually talking to Ethan, the main guy that traveled with me all the time. We were talking the other night, and we were talking about how if you track from when I started competing to my end, we kept adding more days off. The stronger everyone got, the more days off we added. And it worked for everybody. And I'm also an outlier. So I'm not going to tell many people to do what I do.
Yeah.
Because my sleep's fucked. So my recovery's, I'm one of the worst recovery people I've ever met in my life. So I'm not telling people to do what I do, but I had a team of normal guys. And every single time we took more time off, we got stronger. And everybody did stay in shape, but we were also still doing our sled work. We were also still doing a lot of our GPP stuff.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm going with that, because a couple things happen as you get stronger. Is at a certain point, let's say you got a 220-pound bench and you work up to that. A lot of those sets working up really are not work sets, how I would see it, because it's not really that taxing on the system unless you're 90 pounds, you know, or something like that. Now, when the weight is 800 pounds, that's your work set. And then, or that's your top set. The 750 was kind of a work set. The 700 was a work set. So there's more work sets moving up where you can't use the same philosophy as, you know, the 200-pound bench, you're taking 20-pound jumps. You got to take bigger jumps, but at the same time, you can't take too big of jumps, because that's kind of what you would do in a meet. And then you take away those the work sets required to build the strength. And
I think a lot of people, I actually did, one of my articles I wrote was on volume and how people, like, if you just get stronger, your volume goes up.
Well, yeah.
And people don't recognize that. But like, if I've talked to, who was it, Brent Mikesell one time, he's like, yeah, dude, somebody asked him, what's a 1,000-pound squat feels like? He goes, after 700, they're all just fucking heavy. And so I think, I don't care how strong you are, it's still 700 pounds and it's still a human body. Like, the human body can only recover so fast. It can only replenish everything so fast. And if that wasn't true, then people like us would have worked out 20 hours a fucking day.
Well, with the advanced athlete out there that we're talking about, the 700, yes, it's still heavy, but this kind of goes to one of the things that Dr. Locke was saying when I spoke to him. The 700 can be, well, for you, let's take it a little bit higher. The 1025 in training, it could feel heavy, or it could feel like a nightmare if it fell just 1 inch forward. Right. So that one that falls 1 inch forward that you just fucked a little bit is way harder to recover from than the one that actually stayed in the groove.
Yeah.
I don't think top lifters take that into consideration either. So if they just breeze through a training session and everything's just locked in perfect, easier to recover from. You had to muscle fuck something a little bit because it fell out of the groove. Ooh, man.
Oh yeah, like when you start, like when I was squatting 700 pounds, there was a point where I could lean forward and shit, my ass came up. Whatever, I'm still gonna get it. You get up to 1,100 pounds, you can. I remember talking to Andy Bolton one time about that, and because kind of the way he would always do that rock thing and like pull, and he was actually feeling it. And I saw him plenty of like I never saw him struggle with a deadlift, and he's like, if it's out of the groove, there's no point in me even trying. Like,
well, that's the interesting point, because I've known and have seen many lifters that if they're training and the deadlift's a little out of the groove, they just drop it. Or with a bench shirt, if it's a little out of the groove, it's just take it. They don't even bother.
Right.
You know, meanwhile, other people are like, dude, what the fuck? You couldn't push through that? Yeah. And they're like, what's the point, man?
It's just going to take up way more energy and recovery. If it's in training, it takes way more recovery.
So that plays into what you're talking about. Just under the muscular system, though, we're not even getting into the other systems. There's a lot of variance just there with those athletes. And
it's crazy. And even if you have, I was talking to Laura one time, and we were talking about how, okay, I had like a 1,200 pound squat. There's days where I'd go in and 700 felt like a fucking house. And I'd do like 70, but dude, I'm done. That was exhausting. It was still only 700 pounds. And my brain always does that. I always go back to I do it now.
Yeah.
Like, I bench 400 pounds. I'm a sissy.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't think our brain recognizes that we're still human.
Well, your brain doesn't know how many plates are on the bar.
Yeah. You can't make your body, like I can't cut myself and then cut myself and cut myself, and my body's going to learn how to heal cuts faster. It takes this much time. It's always going to take that much time. Well, it's the same thing with healing your muscles. It's the same thing with healing tendons and ligaments. And it's the same thing with your central nervous system once it's fried. Like, it's going to take so much time. You can't train that. Like, it is what it is.
You can train the ability to recover sooner. That's the whole training process.
I think you can make it more efficient.
Yeah.
But it's still going to take your metabolism, and it has a limit. I mean, if it didn't have a limit, why wouldn't we train all the time? Why when you get stronger, would you need more time to recover?
Well, that's
if you could train everything, if you could truly train your body. I mean, like, it's like the beginning of Conan.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we'll just keep pushing this big ass wheel and you'll just keep getting bigger and stronger. Well, it doesn't work that way.
For some, though, it kind of does. Not to that extreme, but look at, say, Jimmy Colt on how he's
I think there's guys that have, I mean, there's definitely a genetic potential.
But you don't, let me walk my statement back. You don't go from zero to hero. Mm-hmm. And I mean, that was made over many years of slowly building that. I don't know if you want to call it work capacity or what you want to call that, but you know, his bones have to adapt. All these other things have to be able to adapt for that. Where, you know, this is one of the things I had with Louis, just on not the strength aspect, but just the GPP aspect. Is where's it stop? You know, because if I'm supposed to drag around the building like once, and then I adapt to that, so then was it like twice? Like, what's it end up being, like 8 fucking miles? Like, at what point in time, I think this is kind of where you're going, is like, at what point in time is this now counterproductive?
Yes. Because
the same thing's going to happen. We already know that if you lift heavy too often, it becomes counterproductive, which is why people that normally squat over 1,000 start or realize in time they can only squat 2-3 times a week, if that. Heavy, you know, it's got to change. And so if that's how the general conditioning is, well, then the mental conditioning has to be the same way. All the other conditioning has to be the same way. There's a recovery aspect from that.
Yeah, there's a point where it's always going to take more recovery. I mean, unless you're doing like a cardio, you know, if you're trying to run marathons.
Yeah.
But even the marathon runners have a point where they got to stop.
Yeah.
Like, every athlete has a point where they got to, I was looking up some research the other day on the depression in athletes. And I found all these athletes in all these different sports, and the therapist, they would get depressed, start performing like shit. And it was like, I found some in cycling, soccer, was it tennis? And eventually the psychologist went, well, wait a minute, maybe they're just overtrained.
That's what I was going to say, is that
Because
correlation?
these guys were all depressed and performing like shit. And the psychologist finally talked to their coaches and goes, you got to give them, like, you got to let these guys rest. And I mean, they were still able to go on the field and physically perform it, but mentally they sucked. So they back them off the training, give them a couple weeks. All of a sudden, they're happy, they're great, they're doing good, they're performing again. So it wasn't, I mean, the muscles, I think our muscles could take a tremendous amount of shit and still recover. But I think once you start going down that, you start going, how soon can the tendons recover? How soon can the ligaments recover? And you start going further and further down it, I think the stuff gets more and more sensitive.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, and I look back in my career and I try to look back at my career with a different perspective. Like, I'm looking back at my career, not to go, hey, this is what I did right. I'm going, what did I do wrong? Because that's how I got so strong to begin with. Like, when I trained with my team, there's a lot of people that made fun of us or didn't want to train with us because my team was never rah, rah, rah.
Mm-hmm.
They were like, okay, here's what you did. Here's what you need to fix. And if we didn't say anything, then consider it good. Mm-hmm. We're not going to tell you what's good. We just won't tell you. So when I go back over my career and I look at it and I go, I mean, I think I said this in one of my podcasts the other day. It's the first time I've ever actually said it. I go, I caused the level of my depression and the level of my suicide. I caused it. I did it to myself. Mm-hmm. Because I wouldn't recognize, didn't have the knowledge at the time to know what I was doing. Like, I thought, well, I'm still getting stronger, so just keep training. And I didn't realize that, yeah, okay, my muscles are keeping up, but what about the rest of my shit? And eventually it's a house of cards. It's going to fall over. And it did.
Yeah.
The reason I didn't get the all-time total, it's my own fucking fault.
Why isn't that what everything comes down to? I mean, it's God.
Yeah, but there's a lot of guys I talk to about their careers and they're like, no, that's what I had to do. I'm like, what do you mean that's what you, I knew you when you were going through this. Like, I knew you weren't sleeping. I knew the relationships that got screwed. I knew the dreams that you were having. Like, don't tell me you weren't overtrained, dude.
No, I'm talking more along the lines of before that realization, because we'll get a little bit deeper into that, into the realization of, you know, everything is your fault. Everything is your own accountability.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm working with this with my own kids right now, is to try to teach them, you know, no, this is your fault. And they're like, what the fuck you mean? And they lay this all out. And I'm like, you still were there. So no matter what happened while you were there, you decided to be there. So no matter what anybody else did, ultimately you decided to be there. So this is your fault.
That's a tough one to come to terms with. Too.
No, but that's to me, that's part of being a father, is to teach them, you know, ultimate accountability, because you have to have that. In business, I have to have that. And it took me a while to develop that. Yeah. You know, bad sales days, fuck, it's my fault.
Yeah.
You know, whatever is my fault. Why is it my fault? I have to ask that. You have to ask that. Anybody has to ask that, because it's the only thing you can address and change.
Yeah.
You can't change if you put the blame other places.
Yeah.
You can't change that. You know, it's kind of the, you know, people like to joke about the battle with the weights and all that other kind of stuff. You know, the weights aren't against you. You decided to use the thick pound plates instead of the kilos. Maybe if you used the other weights, you would have had, you know what I'm saying? It's like, they're not fighting against you. You just decided to use too fucking heavy of weight, you know, so it falls back on you. But that I think comes with wisdom and stuff like that. But it changes though, as you're demonstrating, when you look back on how you came through the sport. Once that perspective changes in your head, like it's no longer about fuck him or fuck my training partners because they don't show up. Like, no, fuck me, I had the wrong training partners. Once that changes, then you look back and you got a fresher set of eyes. It's like,
because I mean, I could go, well, it was my sleep. That's why it happened.
Yeah.
Well, I dealt with depression anyway. Yeah. No, I exacerbated the problem with the choices I made.
Well, you can read the same book in different phases of your life and take away completely different messages.
True.
Right?
Yeah.
So you can look back on your own training as you were at your height in different phases of your life and take away different messages. Yeah. So you're looking back now and seeing that, you know, that's interesting, because is it causation? You know, did the training create the depression, or did the depression just get compounded because of the training?
I can tell you, see, this is a funny thing too. People tell me a lot. They're like, oh, you're so like confident in what you say and stuff. And I go, well, listen, I'm confident in what I say because I don't really do much without thinking a lot about it. But at the same time, I can go, just because I think about it and I think this is the way it is, I don't know that that's the way it is. I'm doing my best to figure it out.
Well, you become more confident in what you say when you're willing to say I was wrong.
Yes. Yes, totally. Yeah. And because a lot of people won't do that. They won't say they're wrong.
Yeah.
And it sucks. It's hard. It's hard for me. Like it's hard. It's still do, but I have to do it. And again, for me, like a lot of the things that I did, I go, well, you think you're tough. If you're so tough, do this.
Well, that's
like talking about my depression and stuff. And people are like, how do you do that, man? I go, because I went, wait a minute, Chad. If you think you're so tough, why are you afraid to talk about this? Just talk about it. I mean, either be a badass or don't.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really the way I look at it. But going back to my career, like I've always dealt with depression. I've always had the sleep stuff. And now, because now I coach people more. Like I always kind of coached people, but when I was lifting, I didn't want the response. Don't pay me. Like I don't want the full responsibility because I'm focused on me. Now I don't have to focus on me. I can focus on my clients. So I'm more comfortable with that now. But I look back and it's like, and I look at the people that I see now, and I look back at the people that I knew that are now training again. And then the more research I look, like reading into those other athletes, it's a tough one again, because there's different phases. I think a person who has depression, who doesn't lift, one of the best things he could do is start lifting.
Mm-hmm.
But is it going to be a tool or a crutch for you? So here's another story, because I'm kind of a control freak.
I'd say a tool and a crutch are the same things. Isn't a crutch a tool?
No.
I'm just fucking with you. I know what you're saying.
I'm just fucking with you.
Go ahead.
Like,
Continue.
well, it could be.
I'm just fucking around. Go ahead.
But like, so one of the things I did when I had really bad depression is I would go out in the desert. And I would either hike a hill or take my quad or my razor or something. And I would just sit. I've sat on a cliff for like 6 hours and did not move. Because just listening to the nature and the wind, like, kind of took away all the suicidal stuff. It was just like calm. And so I got to thinking, well, wait a minute, do I have to have that? Like, what happens if I don't have that?
Don't have what? Solace?
The desert.
Mm-hmm.
Like being able to do that. So I said, all right, Chad, you got to know. So I gave myself a year, and I said, you cannot go out in the desert for a year. No matter how bad it gets, you can't go out. And at the end of the year, I went, okay, it's a tool. It's something I can use, but I don't have to have it. Because if I have to have it, to me, that's not good. Like, I need to be able to take responsibility for the things that are going on, and I need to find ways to deal with it. It was kind of like, I think I heard you in a podcast recently where you said, is it therapy if you have to keep doing it?
Well, I'm kind of confused on this one a little bit, because removing yourself from outside distractions and influence, you know, being in the desert or just going on a walk and not listening to anything, no music, just fucking Russians used to go on walks for recoveries and stuff like that. Right.
I'm a huge fan of that.
It wasn't so much the GPP that they were doing it for, you know, it's to free their mind to get out. Mm-hmm. But to put your mind in a place to where all you have is your mind is a good thing, especially in today's world, because it's overstimulating. Yeah. So there's that aspect, which, you know, you don't need to be in the desert to do that. You can do it on the toilet, for God's sake, you know, just sit there and don't read anything and just sit with your thoughts, I guess is what I'm saying. Where I don't see sitting with your thoughts as being the tool. Is that, or what are you saying? Sitting with your thoughts was a tool, or sitting in the desert to be able to sit with your thoughts? For me, in the term of
it is, the desert was the first place I would lean to. And I thought, okay, if I take that away, can I find other ways to deal with my depression?
All right. So the desert.
I wanted to know that there wasn't one that I had to have. So I'm like, what if I got to move back to the Midwest and there's no desert? I mean, there's still outdoors, but so I have an attachment to the desert.
So the desert was the trigger to sit with your own thoughts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
not doing that for a year made me go, okay, I don't have that. So I need to develop other ways to deal with this.
So what were the other ways?
So it's a tool. One is just going for walks.
Yeah.
Honestly, if anybody follows my Instagram, I do, because I'll go for a walk and these thoughts pop in my head and I'm like, this is a pretty good thought. I got to make a little video, 1 minute video or whatever. And so it's walks, it's making myself sit at home, like not necessarily in the toilet, but same thing. Where I go, okay, you need to focus and rethink about what's going on, because if your depression is coming up, you're not thinking right. You need to realize you're not thinking right. You need to change your perspective. And I don't like having one thing that's my only way to do that. Like I ride BMX bikes all the time. That's another one that I can go for a ride down the neighborhood. And
well, I think just to step back from all that though, a lot of the people that may be listening to this don't even have time without stimulus. So before they can even think about, you know, what thoughts they're going to have, they're not even putting themselves in a place to be somewhere where they don't have influence and triggers. Or if they do go for the walk, I see it all the time. You know, people going for walks and they're scrolling on their phone. Like, what the fuck are you going on this walk for? You know, or they're listening to music or whatever it's going to be. And it's like, they don't know how to, you're only
getting half the benefit.
Yes.
I was going to say that it's so funny. I was going to say the same thing, because I'll be riding my bike and pass and they have their headphones on. They don't even hear me coming.
They're going to fucking hit my car.
And they're not even looking around and like they're on their phone or they're on their headphones. I'm like, part of the idea of this is just to get away from all that crap.
Well, that's how can you, this is how I kind of see it. How can you focus on a project if you can't even free your mind from itself or from the outside distractions? So if I have to focus on a project to get something done, how am I going to do that if I don't know how to get something done without having 8 other things going on at the same time? You know, you can get it done, but you're going to suck at it. It's just like anything else. You can do 10 things at once, but you're going to suck at all 10.
How many people these days have ADD? And it's not really ADD. It's just that they have shit all the time. They never stop and just sit.
Yeah.
They never go watch a sunset or
focus on something.
Just focus on one single thing.
Yeah. And
it's amazing all the things that come into my head, because every now and then I'll go back and look at my Instagram and I'm like, holy shit, how do I come up with this crap every day? It's just because I go for walks and stuff.
No, you don't have distractions.
And the only reason I have my phone is when I get it kind of concentrated. I'm like, all right, I'm going to shoot a 1 minute thing on the way home.
Yeah. So going back to when you were training, then what would you have, I mean, it's because here's a issue, right? That, because you were taking long rest periods, you know, between bouts, you know, long days off between heavy training sessions.
Can I tell a story right now? So when I was training and the better I got, the less I was training. So I used to get so much shit. That's like Billy Mimo. I used to, on the APF Outlaw Forum, used to give me so much shit. Like, the guys were always giving me shit about never training. And Billy's like, he trains once a month and he squats 1,000 pounds. And the funny thing I was thinking about is, like, you know what the catalyst to that was? Dave fucking Tate.
How was I?
And you know what everybody's like, Dave Tate, dude. Dave pulls his hood over and he writes F you on his shit and he's so intense and he's so crazy. And I'm like, give him shit, because he's the one that spurred it.
I didn't spur it.
You did, because we had a talk.
Yeah.
You didn't spur me training less. You spurred me to listen to myself.
Yeah.
But it was still the catalyst that got me to go, well, if Dave thinks I'm on to something, then I need to do this.
That
was part of me learning to trust myself.
Well, that's the tricky one. I think that's where we're getting at the core here, is you got to listen to your real self.
Yes.
Right. That's the tricky one, because you can get caught up in this, you know, fuck you, this is what I have to do.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to train. What do you mean you don't want to train? You fucking pussy, you need to train.
Yes.
You know, and yes, maybe you need to train, but you don't need to train that way. You know, saying you need to train a certain way, but not that way.
And then if you, so on that, I did good. I was training less, but there was a certain point where my path split from what the average lifter was doing. I should have went further down that path, but I started questioning myself again. I'm like, I'm already doing so much less than everybody else. Could I really need more recovery? And I didn't trust myself, and I should have trusted myself, and I should have gave myself even more rest, but I didn't. So what happened is, with my team, the guys who all slept, and I made sure they slept, because my experience with sleep and depression actually gave me a shit ton of knowledge. So when I was training with my team, if somebody came in, like, we would kind of notice how their personality was. We would notice what they look like. If things were copacetic, we would start asking questions. You know, hey, how's your appetite? You been eating good? How's your sleep been? How's this been? How's that been? And one of the big ones was, how's your sleep been? And what I found out is that when guys would start over training, their sleep would get like mine was when it was good. And they're like, man, I fall asleep right away and then I'm awake. And then all night long, it's like all these little spurts. I can't stay asleep. And I'd be like, all right, you're done till you sleep for 3 nights. I want 3 normal nights of sleep. Then you can start training. Usually within a week that would happen. And they would still come in. They would still help everybody. I just wouldn't let them train. And, you know, I'd still let them do some GPP sled and stuff like that. But I would stop them till they started sleeping again. And then bam, everything would go awesome. So I still backed off. Everyone else was doing great. But I wasn't backing on. And I was still doing a little less than they would. There's a lot of days where I'd come in and like, it took me a while to trust my teammates, but there's a lot of days where I'd come in and like Ethan be like, dude, you ain't doing shit today. Like, you look like crap. Like, I don't care what you tell me. I can look at you and tell you you're fucked up. And then after a while I got, yeah, you're right. All right. Then I'm not doing nothing. But I still wasn't getting enough. But I was only training like heavy a couple days a week. And then I would take like every 4th week off and deload that week too. So like, I wasn't doing shit.
Back then,
I still needed more rest.
Back then, when you were doing that and you had studies done, did they study? And I know it's hard because like now I can track it every single night. You know, back then you had to have a sleep study. Did they ever? It's probably not even relevant. Did they track your deep sleep? Because let's say it's only like 3 hours that you're sleeping that night, but there were 40 to say 60 minutes. No, it was 0. Deep. So it was 0 deep when you would go.
Somehow, I'm working with Dr. Catherine Lander and using her fiercely field. We're kind of trying to work on some stuff and track my heart rate variability. I'm starting to get deep sleep.
What does starting mean?
9 minutes, maybe 20 minutes a night. Normally I only get 2 to 4 hours of sleep generally, and it's all broken up.
Yeah.
But for years I got no deep sleep, which was one of the biggest problems.
Let me spin this back a minute, because back then when you talk about depression, what did that feel like to you?
The depression?
Yeah. Explain to me what that feels like.
At its worst?
Yeah. At a normal, and then at its worst. Like, what does that feel like? I explained depression as depression doesn't cause anything bad. It takes away everything good. So it's been years since I felt like really serious depression. To me, it's like, this is probably like a normal thing where people have bad days. I just have a lot more bad days. But where you're like not motivated and you really don't want to do stuff. When it gets bad as it progresses, like literally you can't see any good. Like everything's bad. So when my niece and nephew were small, I loved playing with my niece and nephew. There were literally times that my sister would call up and go, hey, they want to play with you. And I'm like, I don't, all right, fine. Like, they're not going to understand this. So I'm going to force myself to go play. There was one time I was in her front yard playing with my mom comes out and she goes, you're not good, are you? I go, no. I go, I'm not enjoying this at all. Like, there's no feeling. The people that I love the most in the world, I had no feelings for. Nothing. Like, there was nothing good. And your whole life, there's nothing good. And that's when you start like, I got to stop this. Like, there's no reason for me to be here. There's no reason for me to do anything. How the hell I kept making training sessions, I think that was just willpower. Like, that's kind of what kept me going. Well, I got to train. If I'm going to be here, I'm going to break a fucking world record. But there was nothing good, like no good whatsoever. The feelings that you had for people are gone. Like, I love riding bikes. I love taking my razor out in the desert. I would do that depressed, and it would just be like,
whatever. Like nothing, there's no good. It's just, you're either numb or just completely depressed. Like completely, all you see is the negative. That's at the worst.
Then what would be the normal?
Like my normal life?
Yeah, just then. So if you're saying you're always depressed, right, during these training phases, you know, and that's what
there was
like,
years where I was depressed, like most of the time.
Yeah.
But like normal, and that's
bad. So what's the normal bad
like
feel like? If
normal,
that's
normal bad is like some things might make you chuckle a little bit. Nothing really makes you laugh. Nothing really makes you smile. It's just, you're just kind of numb. But the funny part about this is that because I spent so much time like looking into myself and trying to realize who I am. Why do I do this? Like I'm always thinking about these kind of things. So I got to where I could go, okay, Chad, this is what you're feeling, but this isn't who you are. And I could logically remember, like, no, I love my niece and nephew. Okay, I'm not feeling it. You need to remember that you do. And that sucks. I mean, that's hard in your head. So you go through life not feeling it, but knowing it. I know I love them, even though I can't feel it right now. So the whole time you're in this depression, you have this fight in your head of trying to remind yourself what you feel when you don't actually feel it. Because it's really easy to get lost. You know, it's really easy to forget how you feel about people and things and everything.
But can't you be around people but not know what you feel about those people? I mean, I can think of being around my nieces and nephews, and I'm not like in a state of love when I'm around them. I'm just around them.
No, I actually enjoy being around them.
Well,
and when I'm in these phases, you don't feel anything good. You just feel like, God, I want to go home and be alone.
But wouldn't that be how most people feel if they got to go to Thanksgiving with their relatives and they don't want to go?
I don't know. I'm not a normal person.
I don't want to make this sound fucked up because I'm trying to understand because, yes, I've had depression, but not like what you're talking about, because there's always something I have to do. So in my brain, it's kind of like, even back then, it's like, okay, I don't want to do this, but I still need to fucking, like with your training.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to do this, but I still have to fucking do it.
Yeah.
So it doesn't change what I have to do.
Yeah.
I still have to fucking do it. Now, yeah, of course, there's been those times where it's like, this just fucking awful, all this other stuff. But I think that to talk about how people feel, like what it feels to them, is important, because I could sit here with how I would define it for me.
Right.
And I have no understanding of what that feels like.
Yeah. Right.
So when people just broadly use a term, depression, then people are going to broadly interpret that to how they would experience it themselves, which can be completely undermining how this other person feels it. Thus, somebody thinking, what the fuck are you talking about? You still just need to do this shit. You see, anxiety is kind of like another one. Like with anxiety, I don't know if I've ever felt anxiety, but I've got fired up for things, like before a squat or something like that.
I have anxiety.
Yeah. So if I have, so is that, what I'm saying? It's like, to me, it's like, that's what you feel like before a bed. Like, but I'm not benching right now. Just chill out. Then it comes back down.
Anxiety's something completely different.
You see what I'm saying, though, right? So how I'm going to perceive something is going to be different than somebody else and somebody listening and so forth,
completely.
Right? So when we're talking about these things, we got to discuss like what the fuck they mean for the people that are there, because for one, to dismiss somebody else is completely fucked up, right? And then on the other hand, you don't want other people to take what may be just like the normal bad day or whatever it is, and then blow that way out of proportion and think that their life's falling apart.
Like you could have somebody who has normal depression, like daily, like I broke up with my girlfriend, I'm fucking depressed.
Well, I mean,
and then has somebody who's clinically depressed, they're not going to communicate well.
Yeah, well, every day's got good and bad in it.
Yeah,
it's got yin yang.
You're going to have ups and downs no matter what. I mean, and that's where I go, there's depression on like a daily basis, and then there's like clinical. Like there's something seriously chemically wrong in your brain, or something's not firing right. I mean, because I think everybody deals with some sort of depression.
Of course,
like,
it's an emotional.
Everybody has
emotional swing
to some
paradigm.
extent.
Yeah.
But it's the varying degrees. And I can't even, like, I can talk about the depression I've had. And a lot of people talk to me about it because I'm so open about it. And theirs could be different.
I'm sure it's different.
So it's like, even when people with depression talk to each other, but I think if you've had really bad depression, you're just kind of open to listen to somebody else and go, well, what is it for you?
Yeah.
Where if you're dealing with somebody who's never dealt with it and they're like, dude, just get the fuck up and go to work. You're like, you obviously have not. Like, but then again, maybe you are. Maybe some people are tougher than other people. Shit,
I wouldn't say that's
know.
a toughness thing. It's a conditioning thing,
Mm-hmm.
you know, of how that leads to my next question though. How would you define it for you now?
I would say what I have is almost normal.
So then how do you go from outside of just
but
being
I have
older?
to, I know my triggers now. And there's times where it's like, whoa, Chad, sleep just moved to the front of the priority list. Like, you have to put everything else in the back burner, try to get some sleep, because you're starting to go down that rabbit hole.
All right. Well, I think that's where we were going at the very beginning of this, of what those triggers are for it, right?
Yeah.
Those. So now you're more aware of what those are.
Yeah.
So they prioritize what they are. So you avoid having to hit that low.
Yes.
Like if you're on your game, you should never hit the low again, because you'll know beforehand.
I should never get to that point ever again.
Yes. So that comes with just age, wisdom, and stuff like that. But does that come because you've had to overcome more adversity, or just because that you've had to learn how to determine the triggers?
Well, I mean, if you we learn from adversity. We don't learn from good times.
Well, yeah, I know that.
Shit.
Yeah, I know that.
So, I mean, you have to go through some shit to figure out what the trigger is. How else do you know what the trigger is? But you have to, more than anything, you have to be aware and start looking at yourself and go, why do I do this? And like, if I get up in the morning and I'm like, fuck, I don't want to do anything. I'm like, okay, could just be today, but that's something to be aware of. If all kinds of little things start just pissing me off, shit's starting to not go right. If I start looking at things, everything in a negative light, that's definitely for me. That's okay. You need to get some sleep.
Okay. So
because I'm actually a fairly positive person.
Yeah.
If I'm getting some sleep. When my depression, like I said, it's like, for me, depression, and I've heard people talk about all this other different ways to describe it. For me, it doesn't cause anything. It just takes, I mean, imagine there's nothing good or positive in your life. Like, you can't see it. Like, you even when you know it's there, you go, I know I love my girlfriend, but I can't feel a goddamn thing that's good. Like, that's a shitty feeling.
So you frame it a little different than, because it's, let's say if I wake up, and I have those days just like everybody else. I wake up and I don't want to do a fucking thing. Well, I got, every day there's 3 things. These are the 3 things I have to do.
Right.
So those 3 things I have to do, maybe I just do those 3 things and fuck the rest. I'm not going to do the rest because I don't want to fucking do anything, but I have to do those 3. So that kind of circumvents, what that is for me there. And then once usually I get going on whatever those 3 main things are, the other things kind of fall into place with all that. Whereas I'm looking towards a system, I guess, to be able to keep things moving forward, where you're looking more towards the causation of that. So in a way I could say mine's more a Band-Aid, yours is more a fix. Right. So it's like just Band-Aid this shit. Yes. And then sooner or later it comes back into.
And that's what I did. And I people ask me sometimes, they're like, dude, was it hard when you were competing at that level? I go, no, it was easy. I go, life was a piece of cake. I mean, other than my depression and shit, but even with my depression and shit, it's like in Pumping Iron and I watched Pumping Iron when I was a kid. And I think this is where I took part of this. When Arnold's like, well, I got to compete. My dad dies, whatever. I got to compete. So I put everything in compartments, even my depression. Nope, got to lift, got a meet coming up. I never missed a training session. Me and Ethan were talking about this the other day too. There was one day where we had sleds, and I went in and I'm dragging a sled, and my compartment center is fucking killing me. And those guys are like, dude, stop. Like, you're done. And I'm like, no. So they start unloading the sled and I go, put it the fucking weight back on her. And Ethan's like, dude, you're done. We know you're fucked up. And I told Ethan, I go, Ethan, you're my friend. Get the fuck out of my face or I will fucking kill you. Because at that point, the physical pain was better than the mental pain.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what kept me going. So it was like, okay, it kept me going and it was a positive thing, but it was also a negative thing because all I was doing was beating myself up more, keeping myself in depression for longer instead of just resting.
So with your depression then, and it's better now, are you saying that when you're in that state where everything's bad, you're not able to reframe the things that you see?
When it gets that bad, yeah, I can't, I try and I can't.
Okay. Because see, that's how I would deal with it personally. Like if everything feels bad, then I'm going to reframe it to try to figure out, you know, what is good, you know, because I can sit here and tell you every metric and everything that's wrong with business moving forward and just training as well. Because you have to look at the weak points to be able to get stronger. Yeah. But if that's all you ever do, then you got to step back and reframe every now and again. Yeah. To be able to say, okay, here's a plus, you know, here's the strength.
But that's when you can't see the positive, trying to reframe it. And even if you're telling yourself what's good, you don't feel it. So the connection is not there.
How does it reestablish for you then?
Eventually I somehow got better. But there's times where I got better and I'm not sure how, except that it was like I would get to the meet and do the meet, and then I would let myself take a little bit of time and not train as hard, and then I would start improving. I mean, I've done meets and full blown like ready to kill myself.
Well, I know that, but we're also going back to almost, when's the last time you competed? 2014?
Yeah,
like almost 10 years ago, right? Yeah. So you're still Chad. You know what I'm saying? Your brain's still the same. Yeah. Now the first few years, forget about those because that's a change of identity and all kinds of other. I think you've gone through and gotten through that part. Took longer than most people, but you got through that. But that's tough. I mean, that's fucking rough. I mean, I think it takes a fucking meathead to really know what that's like. But now on the other end of all that, you can't use those things as your tools, crutch, and so forth, because they actually, you can't use them anyhow. And you saw they were poor to begin with because it added to the causation. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but like the problem was back then is I let myself get way too deep. And pulling yourself back from way too deep is tough.
But did that?
But honestly, like I found like that first article I wrote in my training log, like that was.
What, the first one on depression?
Yeah,
that was. I had like 50 people calling me. Yeah,
like that helped too, and that kind of taught me that hey, talking about this and being open about this kind of brings a little light to me that me going through this has a purpose. I mean, anytime you can go through the worst thing in the world, and if you can find a purpose for it, it's a whole lot easier to take.
Oh, Viktor Frankl, you know, read the book Man's Search for Meaning if you have not read that.
Yeah.
You know,
so that kind of helps start. I remember that point because before I wrote that was like that night was it. And that actually really had a huge impact on me.
What part of that? Just putting it out there?
I think just putting it out there. Yeah. And going, all right, shit or get off the pot. Like pull the fucking trigger or don't. Like you can't keep going through this. Yeah. And then I think that's what really triggered me to start learning. It's like you got to figure this out. Like because if not, you're repeating the same shit. You need to stop. You got to figure this out. And that was like a big learning phase for me. And so I think that too. I mean, I think
trying to figure the sleep out was part of all this before that though. So, you know, that was always an issue.
For a while, I didn't really put them together.
Well, I know, but
dumb,
yes, but I think you were starting to put that together before you posted that post. So after that post, then when you say figure things out, you knew the sleep because you were already trying to figure that out. Yeah, I knew the sleep was
a big factor.
What do you mean by figure things out beyond that?
I got to find my triggers. I got to find how to not let this get as deep Because once you get so deep, it's really hard to get back out.
Mm-hmm.
Why do I want to dig an 8-foot hole when if I pay attention, I can stop it at 6 inches?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, if you have an 8-foot hole, sometimes you need somebody to jump in the hole to help you get out. You know. So from there, outside of just sleep, because you've spoke about that as being a trigger, and then but there's the training, which can be a trigger, but there's a correlation between the sleep and the training response.
The sleep and the recovery.
Yeah.
Like if I slept good, would I ever have depression? I think I would, because of the people I've talked to, the clients I've trained, the people I've seen. And this is a tough one, because when you talk to other people, like if I tell people they're overtrained, especially men, they take offense. Like it's like a hit to their ego. They're like, I'm not overtrained. And I go, no, I'm not saying you couldn't keep training. I know you could keep training. Like you're a crazy motherfucker like me. Like you'll beat the shit out of yourself. I'm saying if you want to make gains, you need to not overtrain. Well, it's the same thing with people with depression. Like they don't want to admit they're in depression, and especially don't want to admit that they need to back off training.
When you say back off training, let's refine that a little bit. So there's the competitor
Give
lifter.
yourself more recovery.
Well, that's what I would say if it's the competitive lifter and
Mhm.
it's higher weight. If you're not the competitive lifter but taking training seriously, I would say just change the training.
Or change the training. See, that's the caveat.
See, I don't know if you could.
Is your intensity super high and you're not training much? Okay, well then you need to drop the intensity. Like if your volume's really high and your intensity's high, like drop one of them.
Well, that's what I'm
Like
wondering.
there's all these different ways that you could switch it up.
If we go back to your
It's
training,
not like just take more days off. Like, there's a lot of options there.
yeah. So if we go back to your training and there were less sets performed in X mental state,
Yes.
then you would recover better.
Mhm.
But the question would be, would you have performed better? We can have no way to know the answer. You can just
That's what I
guess.
said. That's what I can tell you. I think this is the best.
Yeah.
And I can do this with my clients. I can tell you right now, I would have got the all-time total if I would have just taken some time off. We don't know that though. That's just my opinion.
I would agree with that though, because when you look at in 2007, when it was second place, that was on a 3 for 9 day.
Yeah.
Right. So that's performing suboptimal. You got your
Even
openers.
like Ethan said the other day, when I hit that, he's like, I saw you hit a 1221 squat, which they called on depth. And he goes, you were fucked up. He goes, what could you have done if you weren't fucked up?
Well, even if you just get your second or third attempt,
Yeah.
on one of those lifts, then it's
Yeah.
better. So you could actually have been physically weaker, right, and had a bigger total, because you would be able to display your real strength more effectively. And I think that's what we're talking about with those lifters. If these other things are pulling away, because I've always said, no matter what you total, what was your total, like
27
something,
30
you were probably capable of 29,
Mhm.
right? But the total 27, you have to be capable of, because
Yes.
not all.
And I had a torn hamstring.
Yeah, I mean, very few do all the cards align,
Yeah.
right? So you have to be stronger than what you can display. The trick is, can you display your full ability when it matters? And that's the game.
And that's again it's like the systems. Okay, if your muscle's recovered but your central nervous system is screwed, you're not going to lift the weight that you're capable of lifting.
Yeah.
And I know, I get it. For most of my life, I talked about this the other day too. I used to say that I started powerlifting because I wanted to get stronger for sports. That's not true. The very first time I lifted heavy with intensity, I went, I love this feeling. And it helps me control my anger. I lifted most of my life because it helped me control that shit.
Mm-hmm.
I claimed I was doing it for other reasons. I lied to myself.
Mm-hmm.
Now I can look back and go, yeah, bullshit, Chad. You were doing it because you controlled your anger. And that was a big step for me in powerlifting, was to go, and you're the one that said, do you want to lift to deal with your life, or do you want to lift to be the best in the world? So it seems like there's a lot of powerlifters that lift to lift, but say they want to be the best.
Yes.
But they don't want to be the best.
Yes.
And I asked this question on like my last 4 or 5 guests. I've asked this question. If you could train less times per week at a minimum, maintain your strength, maintain your physique, and probably have both of those get better, would you do it? The first person, everybody said no. Like quickly, they said no. The first person who said yes was, I just interviewed Leah Reichman. And ironically, she's a woman, which I think plays a role in that decision. Almost every guy I have had said no. Now I just interviewed Jeff Frank. I haven't posted that one yet. His answer was good because he's like, well, what if I still went to the gym, but I didn't train? And I go, no, totally good. If you want to do GPP, whatever. I'm talking about if you'll do less intense sessions and get better, would you do it? And to just flat out say no, well, I thought you were lifting to put up the most weight possible. Why would you say no?
Well, that's the rub, right? Because I don't think you really understand that until you're done. Because you have to go back and then analyze, why are you doing that? Why did you do this in the first place? Right? Was it because of a ranking? Was it because of a place? Or was it because of this? Or is it because of this? Right? And
which is what you called me on. I mean, you called me on, why are you doing it?
Well, I think every lifter should take the time to try to figure that out, because it's going to help them when it comes time to walk from the sport. Because if they can walk from the sport and understand that it never was about the titles for them, or the ranking or the placing or the records, but it was just about just being able to get in there and fucking tear some shit up, they can still do that.
Yeah.
That's not taken away. So your identity,
no matter what, no matter how old you get, you can get that feeling.
Yeah. So that's what you're addicted to. Not the world records, not the competing, not all that. That's an issue with that too. But at least you know.
At least you know. You know. I mean, if I have somebody that comes to me and goes, Chad, I just like to lift because like I like that daily challenge. That's what I liked. I liked no matter how shitty my day was at work, I'm like, I got a challenge tonight. I'm going to see how hard I can push it.
Well, that's
and I'm going to feel great afterwards. Like if I had a client that told me that, I'm like, dude, I'll come up with some crazy ass shit. You never even, I will kill you every day.
Well, then the training can be manipulated in a way to be able to physically recover from that.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? It's different because now the goal is different. Whereas the way that I explain this and try to get this through with lifters per se is to first have them understand there is the gap between what we talked about. Say you total in 3,000 and 2,700. There's a gap there. There's always a gap there. Maybe if you go 9 for 9, they're all PRs and every lift went like a sloth, you know, just barely moved. Who
like the perfect day is not possible.
It's never happened. Never happened. So there's a gap. So the game, powerlifting, the game is about closing that gap. The only way you can effectively close that gap is to recover effectively, to peak effectively, to go into the meet less beat up than everybody else, to be able to display your strength to its greatest ability, which is all these things, the 11 factors or whatever you're talking about, all coming together for that outcome of winning performance title ranks, whatever that is. If that's not it, and it's because you need to go to the gym to be able to deal with your shit, and because you like to strain or whatever it's going to be, then don't bitch when your total's not what you wanted or you got beat, because there are people out there who do those things and win because they put all those things together in there because their goal is to win. That's it. They don't even care about the fucking numbers. They just want to
it is interesting when you start looking at the top guys and how they look at it and stuff. And I mean, I got so many stories of guys that I talk to, because if you're a top lifter, I'll talk to you, and I'll talk to you for as long as you'll talk to me. If I take one thing away, it's awesome. And even when I was coming up, I had all these guys, man. I would call up I would be visiting somewhere, and I'd have a buddy who's a pro strongman. I'd call him up, hey, you know, I did a Highland game, but I want to train with you guys. I just want to throw plates and hang out. I just like training. I'm not going to train, but I want to help. All right, cool. We're going to be here at this time. Call him up and go, dude, are you training or what? And he's like, nah, today was stressful as hell at work. And like, I'm not training today. Okay, well then I'll show up tomorrow to help you. He's like, no, we're not training tomorrow. I'm like, so what do you mean? And he's like, we missed it. That's it. And then so I have one of my friends is pro bodybuilder, and he had moved to Reno. And I'd call him up and I'm like, dude, it's leg day. Where the hell are you, man? And he's like, just not feeling it today. So you're coming in tomorrow? No. And like, I grew up blue collar, like you one of your manly traits is that you do what you show up all the time, and you do it no matter what. And then talking to big time power lifters, I'd be having lunch with somebody and they're like, yeah, when I was training, man, if I'd start warming up, my back felt weird, like a little twinge or something. So I just stop. I'm like, what do you mean you'd stop? What are you talking about? Like, I don't get it. You stop. Well, you stretch and then got back to your training. Like, you came back the next day. What do you mean? They're like, no, you just don't train.
Technique day.
And like, for me, that was hard. And when I was younger and coming into powerlifting, I'm like, what? I don't understand. Like, I grew up training if you were sick, and if you like had the shits, puking, you couldn't train, then the next day I would do 2 sessions.
Well, that's the fucked up thing, right? Because when you're a teenager and you're in your younger 20s, you can get away with all that.
You can get away with it
and make all kinds of progress, but then you think it's right.
But so I've been going down a rabbit hole with HIIT lately. Arthur Jones and Mike Mentzer and stuff. Yeah, and Mike Mentzer had this. I was listening to one where he goes, somebody questioned him on his training compared to Arnold's. And he's like, well, Arnold was successful. And he goes, well, wait a minute. What's your definition of successful? If Arnold trained 6 days a week and he could have got the same results or better results training 3 days a week, was he really successful? And I went, oh, that's an interesting concept. So like, what is your definition of successful? I looked back at my career and went, well, what if I hadn't beat the crap out of myself? Could I have been better? Could I have been stronger in high school? But then the other part of me, because I like to play devil advocate with myself, I go, yeah, but look at when you did start powerlifting, like, you got good pretty quick. Maybe that's because of tendon, ligament strength, and all that shit from beating the crap out of yourself when you were a kid.
I would say under like 23, it's just a given. You just do whatever the fuck you want. Yeah,
because I mean, you can. Yeah, I mean, like, I can take young kids now, and it's like, and that's the other thing about taking time off too. Is I think as coaches, kind of what you were just talking about with depression. I think it's really important. What we say can be taken a lot of different ways. So I think it's really important to be the best at communication.
Yes.
So when I have my young athletes, I'm like, listen, we're going to go hard and heavy right now. But when you get stronger and you're older, like, I start preparing them, you're going to need time off, because I don't want to get them. I care a lot about the people I train.
Well, they need the habits, right?
And I want them to get into that habit and know that, like, this is a period. This changes as you go. We're always changing. We're always progressing.
Yes.
And that might mean, like, George Halbert was one of the first guys when I started coming up that goes, when you get stronger, it's going to be harder to recover. And I was like, whoa, I never thought of that.
Yeah, I mean, I was fortunate to be around enough people to be able to see that, but it is a mind fuck, because you always want to go back and do what got you the strongest. Well, that typically, if you started young, happened when you were young, right? And you're beating the shit out of yourself. Where with the younger ones, what I like to stress there is your technique, man. Yes, you can train like an idiot and recover from it, but make sure your technique is fucking perfect. So when you do get mid-20s, and then that's when I think you really should start to specialize.
Yeah.
And then really specialize. We don't have to sit there and unfuck all your lifts.
Yes. And that takes
a long time, especially if they got 8 years of training it all fucked up. Like, just.
I got a couple kids that were Division I football players. So I'd get them during the summer, get their shit, man. They're lined up nice. They come back and I'm like,
oh, I know how that works.
And luckily this 2 years ago, my one he plays in the IFL now. And so I'm able to online train him, which, I used to hate. I'm getting into that now, though. So now I online train him and I can keep his technique. So he just came back. He had a minor meniscus surgery, but that's not a big deal. We're going to get that done. But it was nice to have him come back and go, good. Technique's still solid. Now I don't have to spend 2 months trying to fix your shit again.
I used to have this one guy that would come out, same type of situation, and train with us on the weekends during the summer when he was home, and would always end up breaking PRs before he went back. Then he'd come back the next year and he'd be weaker than when he left. It's like, it's like, God, like, we got to unfuck this, man. Then after like 2 years of this happened, he came back I think it was the third year, and he was stronger. And I'm like, dude, like, what did you do? He said, I've had this hips, man, it's been all jacked up, so I can't do, basically what the strength coach wanted me to do. I said, anytime I do,
Good.
yeah, it's like anytime I would do that, it kind of jacks my hip up. So he would say, just go over there and do whatever you want. So he did whatever he wanted, then his, sports skills there. So he had to basically fake a hip injury to be able to get out of doing the other stuff that, I go back now and wonder, because as we learn more moving forward, how much of that other stuff he may have been doing that I wasn't doing.
Right.
You never really know. But it is interesting that 3 months they get stronger, then they come back weaker after 9 months.
Happened?
Like, what the fuck happened? Like, did you just party and shit? Like, what the fuck? And some of that I think is technique, because we're working with them on lifts that are compound basic lifts that they may not even do, while part of their program, because they're doing cleans or some other shit and they don't really, who knows what it is, but I've seen that so many times that it's so then it becomes, how do they not do, the other stuff other way? So the online thing was never an option back then because nobody ever thought of it, I guess. It just.
Well, we didn't have the technology either. I mean, there's some new apps and stuff I'm working with that completely changed my mind on online training people.
How so?
Mostly being able to take their videos, and I use this app where they can see me and they can see their video, and I can draw on it or use my cursor or whatever, and I can actually slow-mo it, click it and stop and go, right here, you see, I need you to sit back a little more here. I need a little more hinge here. Look at your elbow in the bench, see how it's curved here. I need it here. It's still nowhere near as good as in person, but I'm seeing a lot better changes that I'm more happy with. I'll never be happy totally. I'm seeing a lot more changes in the lifters that are making me like, okay, this is definitely better than anything else. And hopefully technology keeps getting better. And
so then what do you use with them as far as gauging their recovery?
That I'm still playing with. It's mostly questions, trying to talk to them and asking them like I did with my team. And then in the videos, I can kind of look at them and I go, okay, if their dynamic is really slow, something's going on. If they're and this goes back to overtraining too. You can let's see, how do I say this? When you start overtraining and it starts affecting your brain and how your body functions, it's hard to keep your technique great. It's hard to keep your speed up. Like that's where I'm playing around with some of the stuff Brian Mann did. And I got a couple different velocity meters and I haven't pinned it down yet to where I like it, but coming in and looking at their velocity right off the bat. And if they're slow, I'm like, that's it. We're backing everything off today.
So that can work as long as they're not like you were, right? Because if you go back to how you were, and if the velocity's slow after like 3 sets, you just go to a different mental level and make it come back. Thus, you just ran your dick into the dirt.
Yeah, but when you're really overtrained, you can't do that. Like, it's not going to happen.
You'll get it first set and then run your dick deeper in the dirt. Where that's the only thing that
I got to tell you, do you remember the first seminar I did with you?
Yeah.
And then we came in and trained the next day.
Yeah.
And it was like dynamic bench. And I'm like, I'm going first. And you're like, all right, I'm going last or something. And you're like, no, you're not. And I'm like, son of a bitch.
Yeah.
And you're like, we're doing, I don't know if it was 8 or 10 sets. And at like 6, you're like, yeah, you're done.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm not done. Like I could do them. I could do them. Like, and you're like, no, you're done. There's no point. You're slowing down. Your technique's going to shit. Yeah. Yeah. That was another big lesson for me too. And I'm like, God damn it.
Yeah. So that's where it gets weird.
That's the mentality I'm trying to help people with.
Yeah. Yeah.
I had it. Like, I know what it's like.
Yeah. Where that's the only thing I ever ran into when you're dealing with measure and velocity and stuff like that is if you have an athlete like you or like I was, or the guys at Westside, the only way that's ever going to work is they can't see the numbers. You can't let them see it. Let them go through the training session, then say, you know what, you're done. Right. I've also seen this done in a university setting, by the way. And this is interesting because I actually saw this happen, where they have in all the power racks, they have the iPad and all that, and they're showing all this. And so the way the programming is you do as many reps as you can until the velocity drops below a certain point. Well, every one of these athletes could have done more. I can purposely see what they're doing.
Yes.
You know, so it starts to get a little bit hard. So then they just go a little bit slower. Where if I would have went over there and been in their ear, they probably could have done 7 more. Don't let them see it. Flip it. You know what I'm saying? If they don't see it, because those guys don't want to train. They're football players. They want to play football, right? Now you take the person that wants to train, that looks at that as a challenge. Like, fuck you. That's a problem too. So the two outliers,
their technique will go to shit because they're trying so hard just to get it fast.
Well, that's why Louis threw the one we had in the trash.
And it was because you remember when I was a kid, they had this thing you put on your leg and it would tell you depth.
Yeah.
And everybody would just figure out how to manipulate it.
Louis had like a Tendo unit or whatever it was. And I mean, it got to the point where we were just fucking free falling the weight and just to beat the other guy's number.
Yes.
And it became a fucking high school bench session within 7 sets.
Like with my clients I train in my gym, I only use it really for dynamic. I'll do it for some warm-ups if I'm questioning how they're feeling.
Yeah. Well, don't misunderstand what I'm saying, because we're dealing with two outliers here. You know, the football players that just don't want to do the work.
That's like the whole I think auto-regulation is so important and could be so awesome. But every auto-regulation thing I've looked so far, they all have issues.
They do. I mean, it comes down to that person, right?
And is that person actually going to understand it? Are they going to be truthful with themselves? Which most top athletes are not honest with themselves.
Well, most
people are not honest with
That's what I'm saying. Once you get under the top athletes, though, you have a lot of people that don't know how. Like, after they did their set, like, how did that feel? Don't know. Heavy.
Yeah,
they don't know.
How the fuck do you not know?
well, they don't, because that's a skill too. You know, so this becomes this weird ass. So I do think those things can help with those people, because they don't understand what the fuck you're looking at. They're just going to do their set how they're going to do their ignorance is your bliss.
Yes.
Right. It's perfect. The outliers, it's a problem.
Because I haven't started using VBT with any of my online clients yet.
Yeah.
Because I still keep thinking about that problem. With my guys, I'm in person. And I can watch them. And if they start cheating their technique, I know. So like I can kind of catch some of that stuff. But online, I'm like, well, how would it work? They're going to send me a video afterwards.
Well, you also get to see how they look when they walk in.
Yeah.
You know, how they communicate.
Like coaching in person is still, there's no other comparison.
Yeah.
There's just not. But, and that's where I'm looking at the heart rate variability thing. But even that one, I originally started talking to Dr. Lander, because she was doing some new stuff with that. So I'm trying to learn from her about that. But I mean, doesn't seem like that's completely and totally accurate either. And, you know, there's grip that you can test your grip strength. There's all these different auto regulation things. But I haven't found one yet that I can go, that's it. That's the one. And I don't know if I ever will.
Maybe not. I mean, when I used to track my training pre-Westside, Louis didn't like training journals, which was actually a good thing, because then I learned how to better auto-regulate. But had I not had 10 years of writing everything down beforehand, I don't know if I have the base to be able to learn how to auto-regulate. I used to track, you know, like, so here's the training for the day. Then on the second page would be, here's my notes. Like, so pre-training, I'd write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I would circle, how did I feel before training? Just how to physically, it's a mental, physical. Did I want to train? Not want to train? Was I beat up? Not beat up? And then last meal, just a bunch of stupid shit. But anything that was quantified that I couldn't quantify was 1 to 5. Then I could go back and say, oh, look, I did this weight on this day, but this was a 2, right? So it's anytime you don't know, just use a 1 to 5.
Yeah.
Right. 1 to 10 is too much variance. People don't know, like, what's the difference between a 7 and 8? Like 1 to 5 is like, okay, 3 is like normal average. And usually that's what most people will pick.
Yeah.
But if they feel better, it's going to be a 4. If they feel worse, it's going to be anything under the 3. Could be like, okay, maybe there's something here.
Right.
To at least say why.
Right.
Like, why was that a 2 instead of the 3? Sometimes I wonder if that is better than all the other shit, because it's easy for the person to answer.
Well, yeah. And it might be like almost on a subconscious level where you're just like, oh.
Yeah. Then at the end, there would be another one. You know, how effective did you feel this training was? 1 to 5. You know, put it in there. I was doing this shit when I was in fucking high school, by the way. I did not make this up. I had to read it from fucking somewhere. You know, so there was some powerlifting book, some magazine article somewhere I would have had to pull that shit out of to be able to do that. But going back on it, it fills that gap where I think all these other tools become like like heart rate variability. I track it with my Apple Watch, my fucking Fitbit, and an Oura Ring, all fucking 3.
Yeah.
They're all different. Like, so what the fuck does this even mean?
That's part of the, like, I'm tracking mine on my Oura Ring, and it's like, okay, well, I know I slept like shit. How the hell is that good today?
Yeah. I mean, I've had some days where my readiness is not good, but it's my fucking squat day. It's Saturday. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to fucking, but I will say if it starts to go sideways by Wednesday, like Thursday, Friday, I'm like, okay, I need to pull this back up. But I don't think any of the measuring devices.
That's where I think like Dr. Lander, I'm going to have her on my podcast at some point, and we're going to talk about this more. But I think she's using it. She's more tracking it long term, I think.
Yeah, you have to.
Because the day-to-day thing, I mean, there's so many different things in our lives that could affect that.
What I've learned, because it's been probably 2 years with all 3 of these things, just trying to find some fucking correlation, is total amount of sleep really doesn't make any difference for me. Deep sleep does.
That's an interesting thing, because
now, don't get me wrong, I can't like sleep 3. The deep sleep for me is like 45 minutes to an hour and a half.
Yeah, but still, it makes a difference.
Oh, of course. I can have 5 hours, but have that deep sleep.
Now that I'm actually getting some deep sleep,
that's a big difference.
Like, there's mornings where I get up and I'm like, I don't feel horrible. I mean, I know I was awake most of the night, but I don't feel bad. And I'm like, okay, I got 3 hours of sleep. Holy shit, I got 20 minutes of deep sleep.
Yeah.
And then the next night I'll get like 1 minute of deep sleep, about the same amount of sleep, and I feel like crap.
Well, here's the thing. Once you figure it out, like, how do you get more of it?
That's what I'm trying to do now. It's like, okay, somehow it is tracking up.
Yeah. Like,
how do I keep it tracking up? And how do I get it to where I get like at least an hour every night of deep sleep?
Oh, I remember one day I had, and this is fucked up because it was, I think it might have been a podcast or something where I took like a modafinil and I took it later than and I'm like, I am fucked. I am fucked, right? Because the half-life of that's long. And when I went to bed, it's like, okay, boom, half a bottle of NyQuil, 2 Tylenol PM, this supplement sleep thing, and like 2 of these CBDs. And I just knocked myself the fuck out, right? It was like 8 hours, 8.5 hours. Every metric was perfect. And I'm like, this is not good. This is actually fucking horrible, right? Because if I did this every day, I'd be dead, and so that becomes this thing too that
I did in the last, I'm going to say since I was probably mid-20s. There's been 4 nights. One night was the last day of my Christmas of a Thanksgiving vacation. And Ethan called me up at like 6 a.m. just to leave me a message. And I answered the phone, and he's like, the hell are you answering the phone for? I go, I don't know. For the first time in like, I don't know how many years, I wanted to get up. I go, I'm actually pouring Atlas stones in the backyard right now with concrete. And he's like, what the hell? I go, I don't know. I just felt like getting up, and I actually feel good. And then there's this supplement called Somatomax from High Tech Pharmacies. I've done 8 bottles of this stuff. 2 nights it worked. And I don't know why, but I mean, like, I slept and I don't miss work. I've been up for 14 days, did not miss 1 day of work. My alarm goes off for like an hour and I don't hear it. I freak out. I call my work, and my boss is like, what? You slept? Go back to bed, man. Like, good. We're happy you slept. We don't give a shit if you're late. And I remember when I did get up, I'm in the shower and I'm like, washing my body off, and I'm like, God damn, man, my muscles feel amazing. I'm like, holy shit, my joints feel, I'm like, I would rule the goddamn world if I woke up like this every day. Like, I don't think people understand how important sleep is. I have a girl right now who, she's 45, I think, somewhere in there, mid-40s. And I started training her for a little bit of powerlifting, and then she wanted to do another figure show. And I'm like, yeah, I'll do your training. I go, honestly, I just don't want to do your diet. Like, I don't want to do it. So there was another guy in town that knows who I am. And he's like, I'll totally work with Chad. I go, cool. So one of the things with her is she would sleep 6 hours, and she's like, no, 6 hours is fine. Like, I get by fine. And I go, no, you don't. You think you do because you've done it for so long. Like, I've put so much muscle on her in like 2 months. Partially because of the training we're doing. I completely switched up her training. I think she's trained with other IFBB pros. I don't know what the hell they were doing. But I got her to start like being 8 hours. Huge difference. And even she's like, yeah, I can't She goes, it's crazy. I thought I was good on 6. But she listened to me. Like most people won't listen. They're like, whatever, it's fine. I don't need any more sleep. And I'm like, trust me, it's going to make a huge, huge difference.
I think when you default to the sleep variable too, that's also a way to also control stress and all the other things that function into the sleep.
Yeah.
Because if you're stressed, you don't sleep well.
Yes.
Right. So if you're stressed,
and if you don't sleep well, your stress is worse.
Yeah. Yeah. Whereas there's a lot of discussion around stress as far as recovery goes too. Mm-hmm. And that's a hard one to be able to navigate for a lot of people, right? Because now you got to deal with how they reframe things. What are they doing? You know, there's all the mental components that kind of go into that too. And if they're not sleeping, then it makes that even harder for them to do. Right. And if they know they need to get more sleep, they're going to have to find a way to deal with the stress, the stress and the other kind of stuff.
And I think that's a 2-part thing. I think that goes back to human beings have a natural tendency to compartmentalize.
Yeah.
It's not going to stay compartmentalized. It's going to come out. Like it's going to affect you.
Yeah.
So just deal with it. And then the how important the sleep is to your recovery. You want to train more, get more sleep. I heard Stan Efforting. I was at one of Stan's seminars one time, and he goes, I want to train every day. So he's like, I make sure I get 9 hours of sleep every night. And I thought, I just liked the way he says that. He's like, I want to train every day, so I'm going to eat this many calories. I'm not going to miss meals. I'm going to do my walks. I'm going to do my GPP. I'm going to be in bed this amount of time. And I go, that's awesome, because most people I know, most of the lifters I know, they're kind of like alcoholics, where if you're an alcoholic and people tell you you're an alcoholic, you're like, and you go hang out with your alcoholic buddies every night after work. You go in there and go, so-and-so said I'm an alcoholic. And they're like, bullshit, you go to work every day. You pay your bills. Mm-hmm. And they'll justify every way to do it. Well, powerlifters are like, yeah, I went out partying last night and I'm still in the gym training. I'm such a badass. I'm like, no, you're not. You're an idiot. Like, your training's going to suck. And even if you tough through it, it's still not what it could have been.
That changes with age, though, too.
Why? Does it?
I
know quite a bit of older powerlifters.
But what happens?
Maybe they don't go out as much anymore.
Well, I think what happens is they can get away with it for a while, then they don't. Right? So then all of a sudden, when it comes down to that training day, they were supposed to do 2 sets of 5 at 600 on the squat, and they got fucking 3 in a single. Then they start thinking, fuck, like this is the 3rd time now I went out partying and this shit happens. Mm-hmm. So the first move is I'm not going to party the night before. I'll party like the night of, of the training. So that's what starts to change it, I think, is they start to feel the repercussions and what they love to do. And then slowly over a period of time, they determine what they love to do, which is going back to that first question, why like Stan likes to train every day. Yeah. Where mine would be, I like to squat heavy at least once or twice every single month. Now to do that, I have to do all these other things or I can't do that. Yeah. If I don't do these other things, and one of them means sometimes I can train, a secondary leg day. Most of the time I can't. Yeah. It depends. If I put that in there and it fucks up the other thing, I can't do that. So it becomes this, what's the anchor? Like, what's your objective here? What are you trying to achieve? Mm-hmm. Obscenely define what that is.
No, I think I agree. I 100% agree.
And then do the things to be able to move towards that. Yeah. When
a lot of people don't want to do that, though.
I know, but here's the fucked up part. People tried to tell this to me when I was 23 too. Most definitely they did. Right. So I'm not to a point where I have forgotten what it's like to be on that side of the table. It's a mind fuck, because now it's like, how do you communicate this message so it's understood? Because whoever was trying to communicate it to me did a shitty job, or I would have fucking did it. And they didn't, right? Yeah. So
it's too hard-headed. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that one of the benefits of social media is more voices are putting out the same message.
I do think there are more people actually starting to talk about this.
There is, but the divide still is the younger lifters are going to look at the other younger lifters as who they're going to aspire to want to be like. They're going to see the older lifters as, dude, if you were still so good, why you can't squat shit now? Mm-hmm. Like, what do you squat now? Think of what you would have said to you, right? Going back then.
Oh, it was funny because when I was talking to Ethan the other night, I went, man, I wish I would have had somebody to tell me back then what I'm telling people now. And Ethan's like, would you have listened? And I go, yeah, that's a good point.
Well, maybe.
I mean,
right?
I think I would have, because I didn't have anybody. I had my partners telling me. And I'm like, dude, you don't deal with depression. You don't know what the hell this is like. Like, I think if I would have had somebody like me that was more similar to going through the things that I went through.
I think that's the question, though, is
I
think we all would have listened had the messenger been right. Right. So if we can figure out, how to be better messengers, then others will listen.
Which is what, well, I think as a coach, like if one of my clients does something wrong, I'm like, that's my responsibility.
Of course.
Like, I didn't tell you what you needed to know, or if your technique is not where it needs to be, I have to figure out how to explain it to you so you understand it.
Yes.
I'm the coach. That's my job.
Yes.
But I'm not going to go, you're an idiot, and like, it's your fault. No. Like, I'm going to go, no, I need to figure out how to get through to you. And I'm notorious. I train people and I'm just like, oh.
But they have to.
And they're like, you're getting frustrated with me. And I go, no, I'm getting frustrated with myself, because I am not figuring out how to tell you in the way that you understand.
Yes. Well, there's two pieces here, because people like to compartmentalize, right? They also like to not take accountability.
Yes.
So you can show them, like, here's what you need to do technically wise. So first seminar that you came to, we dialed in your squat, right? So after we dialed in your squat, I don't know you. I don't know what you did after that, but I can guarantee you were fucking air squatting, sitting on the toilet. Everything that you were doing, you were sitting with that form. It wasn't just the Friday when you went in a squat or whatever it was.
I actually, when you told me that, because I remember we were working, and as soon as I sat down, I grabbed my notepad, and I think it was 40 cues I wrote down. And I would take that notepad with me to the gym. I would carry it with me during the day, and I would just look over it and visualize it.
Yeah.
And,
see,
and
that's
at the gym,
skill.
I would look at it and go, da, 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 okay, squat.
See, that's that accountability side, right? I remember when Jim went to Crawford's to learn how to use the bench shirt, and it was different than how we'd used it before. Now elbows out talk. I mean, the whole world changed, right? As far as bench shirt carryovers, due to Bill Crawford, and Sebastian Burns, who was helping him do these things. And so then Jim validated it, because he went there and went from a 600 bench and did 675 for a triple, and so then, Jim shows me, so we're practicing, and we would do that. We call it pseudo benching, just sitting at the desk all fucking day long. And we'd walk by and I'd see him doing it, like at his desk, or he'd walk by and see him all day long. We're pseudo benching, right? And just trying to ingrain this motor pattern, right? Because it's a different motor pattern. Where yes, the accountability is always on you, but the accountability is also on that person to ingrain that motor pattern if they actually give a fuck.
Yeah.
Because they can't just wait until squat day or bench day.
You can't just, it's one of the when I worked in physical therapy, one of the problems I had is it's like people wanted to see me 3 times a week and heal them. And I'm like, you got to do some of this shit on your own. Like you can't just do it 3 days a week. You need to be doing this every day. Like, that's why I told you to do it every day. That's why we gave you these exercises. But a lot of people didn't want to do that. They just wanted to come in. And so, it's the same thing. And like, I have one of my clients now, we're working on his bench, and he just has bad habits. And I'm like, all right, man, let me think of a different way. And he goes, no, this is on me this time. He goes, I totally understand what you're saying, but I can't feel it. So I'm having trouble getting it. And I'm like, okay, well, that's cool. And that's the kind of communication I want out of my clients. Because then I'm like, okay, well, you know what? I'm going to have you start benching with a neutral grip so you can feel your back activating more. So we just started that recently. And so as long as when we both take some responsibility and we communicate, that's when success happens.
Yeah. Now, on the other side of this depression
if you
thing,
can teach people to do that.
Well, it's like I said, it's this fucked up loop, right? Because you need to teach them, they have to be accountable, but yet if they're not accountable, it's still your fault.
Yeah.
Because you didn't teach them to be accountable.
Yeah.
So it's this circle of, shit that kind of goes in and that whole thing. And now on the other side of that, if you are trying to make them accountable and they're consistently not being accountable, maybe you don't need to be working with them, because that's also on you too. Right? You're keeping somebody that's not going to be compliant with wanting to get better. So you can't bitch about the fact that they're not being compliant, because yet you're still working with them, and that's your fault. Right. So that falls back on that, total.
Yeah. And there is a point. I was actually talking to Wenning about this one time, and he was talking about how he goes, you got to get to the point where you have enough clients. Because then it's easier to go, listen, we don't mesh. I can recommend somebody else. Like, go.
I would say you don't even have to get to that point before you do that.
I
though.
don't. Like, even when I started going more clients and less doing granite, I was like, it's not worth the money. If we're not, I want everyone to do well. And if we're not meshing, I'll easily tell somebody, I think you should probably find a different coach.
Yeah. Or help them find a different coach. If you help them find a different coach, guess who they're going to give the next referral to?
Yeah.
You, not the other coach, because you cared about them to be able to help them find the answer to what they were really looking for. That's why I think it's bad to keep people along just because you don't have enough, because you're losing a great referral.
True.
You know, if you can help them, you know, because if you feel it, they feel it too.
And that really is the goal, is to have them do better.
Sure.
And if they do better with if another.
Well, and for you to do better too. So there's
Yeah.
mutual goals.
Yeah,
They want to see
it's
you
a
do better.
symbiotic.
You know, they wouldn't hire you if they didn't want you to do better.
Yes.
Right. So it's that mutual thing. And then if it breaks and that mutual thing doesn't still exist, then it's hurting both parties. If it does exist, then like I said, that's where the referrals come, because it will go there first.
Yeah.
No matter who that is. And that's worth more in the long run than the short run of keeping that one client that you can't stand.
So that brings up another point though. What about coaches that do lift to beat the crap out of themselves and deal with life, and then they start doing that with their clients? Like, because I've actually seen.
Well, is that out of ignorance, or is that out of?
I don't know. I think it's out of, because it's funny to me when I talk to people. I've never had anyone that listens that takes my advice and backs off. I've never had anyone not get stronger.
There can be a lot of reasons for what you're talking about.
People don't want to do that.
I know, but from the coach that you're talking about, it could be ignorance, it could be experience, there could be other reasons. They just think that's right because that's what they did.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is it's the more is very ingrained in us. I don't exactly know why, but it is. So there's a lot of lifters that think that's what you have to do. I mean, I've talked to so many lifters that if they felt good going into a competition, they would be seriously worried. Because they're like, no, I got to be beat to crap. That's how I'm supposed to be when I go into a competition. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, you should feel prime 100%. You should be chomping at the bit to get under a bar.
They just need to reframe the more, kind of like what we were talking about, because it's
more could be more recovery.
Yes. It
can mean a lot of different things.
I've said this on the podcast a lot of times, is when you're dealing with an all-in mentality, it's a lot of the times, to me, they're not all in.
Mm-hmm.
They're all in for the things that they conveniently want to be all in for.
Yes.
Take more drugs, eat more food, train super hard. They're not all in for the things that are really going to help. The relationships with people that could help them get better, experience from people that have been there before them, you know, nutrition, sleep, all these things. They're not all in for that, but they all are in for take more trend.
Yeah.
You know, and that's to them, there's their sacrifice they made.
And that's the same thing as when we talked and you were like, do you want to be one of the best or do you want to do this? I first started doing, I talked to Louie about recovery sessions. And that was a way to trick myself. Well, I'm still in the gym, so it's kind of okay.
Yeah.
But I got to the point where I went, Chad, you need to figure out why you need to be. And that meant I had to go down this psychological rabbit hole with myself and figure out childhood shit. And I had to go figure out why the hell I had to have this. And that was not easy by any means. But I looked at it in the kind of more and more way. I went, okay, Chad, you think you're so tough. You think you're this great, strong power lifter. Why can't you go over your past? Why can't you deal with this shit? Like, if you're tough and you can take anything and you're so hard, why can't you deal with this? And then it was like, okay, well, fuck yeah, I am tough. I'm going to deal with this shit. And it was just reframing how I looked at it. The same way that, like, you had to have to reframe more. You do need more. You need more recovery. Mm-hmm. You probably need more nutrition. You know, that's the whole, are you overtrained or under recovered? You know, a lot of people will say they're overtrained, and it's like, well, are you really overtrained?
I don't think, I don't like either one of those words. Are you making progress or not? Fucking bottom line, right? Because if you're not making progress, right? Because you can get caught up in all these things. Like, what the fuck does overtraining mean, right? Because to me, coming from strength coaching background and all the other stuff with that too, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? MMA guys train 8 goddamn hours a day on fucking carrots. You're not overtrained. You know what I'm saying? You are fucking not overtrained. You're just being a fucking puss about this.
You're gonna fuck me up like wanting to buy a bunch of 25s now.
Yeah.
No, I actually really like that. Like to me, that's a better way to look at, like, overtraining kind of seems like almost a little negative now.
Well,
are you progressing?
It's a fucked up rabbit hole, because you go down it, you're going to have one side of people saying, like I just said, how in the fuck is that possible when Olympic athletes train fucking 10 hours a day, 8 hours a day? They do it on fucking calorie deficits. Yeah, they're still making progress, but you fucking can't do 4 training sessions a week. Are you fucking kidding me? You're under conditioned.
Olympic throwers don't train that much.
Well, you get what I'm saying, but wrestlers and stuff like that, you're undertrained. So there's that this doesn't exist.
Here's an interesting one, because I've been going down this rabbit hole with all this old stuff.
Yeah.
And I was watching one of Dorian Yates' videos, and he said, when I worked, I still had a job. He goes, I only trained 3 days a week, and they were like an hour each. He goes, when I went pro and I didn't have to work, then I trained 4 hours a week.
Yeah, he could add a day.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it all still comes down to, are you progressing or not?
Yes.
Then the next question after that is, how do you measure progress? Because it can't just be.
If it's a power lifter, the main goal's got to be, are your numbers going up?
What numbers, though?
Squat, bench, and deadlift.
You can't have that be, right? Because if that's the main indicators to track progress, that would be the same as me saying, I have to gauge the value of everything I do in my business based upon the net profit margin at the end of the year, or the net profit margin. And that is important. Yeah. It is an indicator, but I'll go out of business if that's the only thing I look at. Right? Because I can go a whole quarter and overspend everything, right? Because I'm not watching the other metrics that actually make impact on what that is. So what are those factors that lead to, you see what I'm saying? So what is the objective? So
even like when I was training, I didn't do that many full squats, especially not in gear. But I had other lifts that I could kind of look at and go, well, hey, my briefed box squat is normally 250 pounds is heavier in full gear and at the meet on fully recovered. So
you had the metric, your sleep.
So I had
even with it being fucked up, you knew your sleep was a metric.
Yes.
So that's being tracked, not on paper per se, but in your mind, here I'm making progress, here I'm not. This is really, really bad now.
And honest, now that you say that, there's times where the squat might not go up, but you're still making progress.
Of course, you can't gauge.
If your weak point's coming up, it just might not show yet in your squat.
Well, you can't gauge this. You can't gauge the success of a cycle on the performance of a meet.
Right. Yeah, because meets there's too many factors.
Too many factors, right?
Yeah.
And plus, you can have terrible training cycles in a great meet. So what are the metrics? You see what I'm saying? What are the?
No, that makes sense.
Yeah, they can be the main metrics without a doubt.
Right.
Because I still have to know what my profit is at the end of the year. That's the main metric. And you can get, as a power lifter, you can get fucked up in that, right? Because there's a total, so for me, it's total sales for the year. Well, you can get so fucked up into trying to chase that you can build that year over year over year, but yet your margins drop year over year after year.
Yeah.
So actually you end up with a bigger total, but out of business.
Okay. So here's one. I was talking to Jeff Frank about this, because Jeff Frank, he had about a 7-year layoff, and he's coming back. And we talked about this when I get that other podcast posted, how things changed and how he's looking at it. Now Laura's training him. And we kind of both talked about in our primes, we kind of got stuck on that metric of what's my squat. Yep. And then what happened? We backed off of some GPP. We backed off of all these other things, just focusing on going heavy on that squat. And I think both of us agreed that in the long run, that actually hurt us.
How can it not?
Looking back now, how could it not?
Yeah.
Because like it's I know I commented on the last podcast with damn it, I can't think of the Australian guy.
Andrew.
The back guy. He's really smart. I commented on the balance thing, and me and him went back and forth on that a little bit. Like, the whole universe is systems. The whole universe has a balance. Like, you can't just put all your eggs in one basket. If you have no GPP, it's going to affect you. Like, it's going to affect your potential. There has to be some sort of balance all the time.
Yeah. You just have more baskets, though. There's no rule that you can only have one basket. I just put more eggs
in my head. I'm picturing the scale. That's
I know. But that's not how the world works. The world doesn't work as a scale.
I think it does.
How can it? Because if you have your physical health and you have mental health, and there's two completely different scales. If you have people that are in your life, so there's relationships, there's different scales. I have a family, I have a business, I have myself. Those are different scales, right? I can't weight everything on one. I can't look at this as this and this, right? Because if I look at it as this and this, if I look at it as this and this, then if it's completely balanced, I'm net zero.
Well, no, it doesn't have to be completely balanced.
That's what I'm saying.
Nothing's completely balanced.
No, it's always, so there's always
this is one of those things that kind of freaks me out when going back to how we communicate as coaches, because people could see that and go, oh, well, I got to go like screw everything else. I got to put, in order to be a great power lifter, screw everything. All I can focus on is this. And it's like, well, no, because even if you have a relationship and that relationship's going through rust spells, that's going to affect you in a gym. I don't care how much you think you can block it out. It's going to affect you.
Yeah.
So that in turn needs to have some sort of balance with where you're at. Like, to me, it doesn't have to be equal balance, but it has to be balanced. You can't tip it over. I tipped a scale over, knocked it off the table onto the floor, and fucking broke it.
Well, that's the game, though, right? Because if, let's say, the relationship is in jeopardy.
And are people that go, I can't have that. And I see that in a lot of powerlifters. They're like, well, it was powerlifting. I had to do it. It's like, no, you didn't. You could have communicated with your wife. How much longer would it take you to learn how to fucking communicate?
Well, they didn't have to do anything. Right. So there's
but I mean, they're saying that they'll use the excuse of, well, I'm one of the best in the world. This is what it takes. I go, no, it's not. And like Andrew said one thing, he's like, well, good luck finding a successful person that has balance. And I'm like, okay, Dorian Yates seemed like he had pretty good balance. Like, I've known some throwers that have pretty good balance. I mean, there's a lot of people that have successful lives that manage to get through without completely destroying their lives. And I know people that have completely destroyed their lives and been really good lifters.
I think he got a divorce, though, didn't he?
Who?
I think he got a divorce, though, didn't he?
I don't know. I don't know him personally.
To me, things like that, like conversations like that, my brain just pretty much like only turns off because it has zero relevance to me. Like, how does somebody else's balance impact me? You know, I have to define what's important. I guess this is a lesson for anybody. You have to define what's important for yourself.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I don't give a fuck if his life is whatever his life is. Here's what I need to do. Here's my responsibilities. Mm-hmm. Here's where I want to go. How many eggs do I need to put here, here, and here?
Yes.
For this to be optimally successful. Because if I put too many eggs into one thing, I'm never going to get where I need to go.
Right.
Right. I think that's the misconception.
Yes. Like what you just described is to me a really good way to describe it.
Yeah. So you can say Michael Jordan was completely unbalanced or whatever it is. And I don't know, but I believe he's been married to the same person for,
Yeah. So how unbalanced was he? And what is the sacrifice? Like I sold motorcycles because I had to get to competitions. Like, I kept a job that I hated because they worked with my lifting schedule and they never refused me time off for competitions. And there's all these different things that I sacrificed, yes, but I still had some balance. My balance went out with the depression.
Yeah, well, I think where things get, a lot of these things just become, to me, they just become very, when you have different words for different things, like syntax, I guess. I don't know what I'm looking for, but they try to explain things that really can't be defined.
Right.
And then they try to apply that to their own lives, or they have too many baskets. Mm-hmm. Let's say it is a teeter-totter and the teeter-totter can only hold 4 baskets. And why you fucking have 6?
Yes.
Get 2 of them off. And quit loading other ones on there that you don't need.
Right.
Right. Get rid of that shit, and that's the stress of all this other kind of stuff. Things you can't control. Why are they on your fucking balance? Why are they on your teeter totter? If you can't control them, kick them the fuck off. Why are they there?
Yeah.
They're only there because you don't want, you see what I'm saying?
Oh no, that's, the way you're saying that right now makes so much, it's a great way to explain it. Much better than I've heard anybody else.
Yeah, because then it comes back on me again. Like if this is really,
it's not about going, oh, I don't have balance. I'm going to have no balance to be the best. Like, no, you got to choose your priorities.
Balance is time.
And then balance those.
Right. So if there's certain things that you want to accomplish, everybody's got the same 24 hours per day. But if one person's spending 4 fucking hours on Instagram, TikTok, and all this other shit, and the other one's actually getting shit done, don't tell me that the one that's getting shit done doesn't have balance.
Right. He's just working hard to keep it.
They're just using this. They're not letting idle time depress them, make them anxious and all this other stuff. They're too fucking busy to have those other things. They're too busy for idle time, that when it comes, you see what I'm saying? So that's where this gets lost. Like when they start comparing, like this person was so, he was way out of balance. Well, how much free time did that fucker have? Let's just tell me that. Cause I believe Michael was training like at 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning. Like how much fucking free time did this guy have with none. Cool. Now the person who's balanced, how much free time they have? Oh, they're on Facebook 6 hours a day. I fucking get it. The socially fucking corrupt piece of shit that's on Facebook all the time is who we should aspire to be. Get the fuck out of here. You want to aspire to be, the person that gets shit done.
And I mean, you look at guys like Stan Efferding. I mean, he managed to be this great bodybuilder, great powerlifter, had successful businesses.
It's still, like I said, that when you say things like that, my brain just says, stop, don't look at him. Look at you. Like, where do you want to go? What do you want to do? What do you need to be able to get there? What skills do you not have to be able to move forward? Right. Cause you can point to all these people.
You're I'm giving people, it's like, it can be done. Like, stop saying it can't be done. Stop saying, oh, I need to live in my car so I can afford steroids. And like, that doesn't make any sense. You're not getting quality sleep, sleeping in your car. That's just stupid.
Yeah. See, I would put it back to them and say, instead of pointing out and all that, how are you going to do it?
Yeah.
Right. If you don't have an answer,
you're right. Every individual needs to go, okay, here's what I want to do. It's almost like when I set a goal with my client, I'm like, well, what is your goal? Then we go, what's it going to take to reach that goal?
Yes.
Are you willing to do those things?
Well, just how are they going to do it?
Then cool, let's have the goal. If you're not willing to do that, then we need to readjust your goal.
Yes.
Otherwise, we're just setting ourselves up for failure.
Yes. And if it's somebody that's listening, that's in this position, if you ask yourself how you, like, here's what I want to do, then you ask yourself, okay, now how am I going to do it? Just simply saying, I don't know is a start. Like if you don't know,
but I'm going to figure something out. I'm going to think about it.
Right? Sitting in limbo is not a start. I don't know. Okay, then what don't I know?
Right.
Now you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Where
just thinking, put forth some thought.
If you have distractions 24/7, when do you think? Going back to what you were talking about with the desert, your walks, all these other things.
Albert Einstein used to do these, he called them thought experiments. And I really like that idea. So I use that term all the time. And I try to do this myself. One of his famous ones was he sat down and he's like, I wonder what it's like to ride a photon of light. What do you see when you're riding a photon of light? And that was part of how he came up with, I think, the theory of relativity. But I thought, how interesting to just go, I don't give a shit what anyone else has done. I don't give a shit what anybody's doing. What if I was here in this, doing this situation? And I think that's something a lot of people could do, especially lifters, because I think I'm kind of notorious for saying just because everyone does it doesn't make it right. There's a time when a lot of people thought the earth was flat. There was a time when people thought the sun revolved around the earth. There's a lot of times where a lot of people were wrong. So how do we know that what everybody's doing now is right? Like, why not take some time to forget all that and take your own thoughts?
Just think, and
go, what do you need to do?
Think about your fears.
Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, that I think is a big one. If I was told I'm going to die, what would I do? And think on that. I mean, seriously, think on that.
Yeah.
Like, what would you do?
And it would. My dad had some cancer scares lately, and we had always talked about, and he's had like 4 cancers. So he kind of gets to the point where he's like, man, I'm not going to do the treatment again. And then it happens, and it's totally different. So like with that thought, it's like, no, really try to put yourself there And really, if that really came, try to convince yourself that you're really in that situation, then what would you do?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's Epictetus. I mean, if you go back far enough,
Yeah.
you know, it was a lot of what he would, I'm maybe out of my fucking zone here. What he would teach about is, you know, learn how to live in your fears.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you can live in your fears, then when the day actually comes, it's not going to be as bad. You know, so if I'm told I'm going to die, but I really think about that often.
Yeah.
Then when that day actually comes,
you've had some experience.
Yeah. So at least I've got some thoughts about what I think about that. You know, if my business is to completely collapse, what would I do?
Mm-hmm.
Right. This isn't negative thinking. You know, it's a thought experiment.
Kind of proactive.
It's like yes, because then at that point in time, it's like, well, where's it vulnerable? You know, all these other types of things.
I could say it's not that different than visualization in sports.
Well, you have to be able to take the hits, right? Because they come. So it's easier.
They're gonna come.
Yeah, it's easier for me to take the hits if I kind of know what hit's gonna come.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know when it's gonna come. I've already thought about it, right? So the ones that really disrupt you are the ones you never thought about.
Yeah, those are the ones that catch you completely off guard.
Yeah, so you
have no plan.
So my thing is, why didn't you think about it, right? Mm-hmm. So that's kind of going back into that crazy ass shit.
Yeah, why didn't I take some time to perceive?
Yeah. But you don't want to if somebody's prone to depression, you see where this can go. This can become really bad, really, really bad. So you don't want to do that. Or maybe you do.
That's perspective though too, because I've actually thought about that. And like when I'm in depression, there's times where I think, what if this is the one I don't come back from? You know, because I like to tell people when they're in it, if I feel like they need some motivation, I'm like, dude, have you beat it before? How many times have you beat it before? Odds are you're going to beat it again. But when I'm in depression, there's times where I'm like, what if this is the one I don't get? What if this is it? I'm never going to get better again. How am I going to live another 40 years or 50 years like this? So then I do try to think about that when I'm better. And I think that's probably part of what helped me to go, Chad, you need to figure this out. You need to spend some time. You need to learn these triggers, because it's like, no, I don't want to live 40 years like that. That's horrible. But that thought of doing that and going, and even if you think about something really bad, kind of when you're done, you're like, okay, well, I know I'm going to get through it. So is it really that depressing, or is it more positive?
Well, it's still fucking depressed because really bad things happen.
Yeah.
Right. And they do. And sometimes.
But now if you suffer from depression, like you said, when it does happen, you're like, all right, I got a plan. I've thought about this.
Yeah. And some things really bad happen. Maybe you don't ever get through. It just becomes part of who you are moving forward. I mean, I've lost people very close to me. I'm not going to say I got over it. You know, I've just
I think there's some points where you learn to deal with that.
Yeah.
And there's going to be points in your life when you're still going to think about that person.
Yeah. So certain things you can't look back on and say, man, I learned a lot from that. That was a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Nah. You know, there's certain things that happen that are really bad.
Yeah.
You know,
but did you learn from them?
Some of the things, there's no lessons to learn. The only lessons to learn is you got to keep going.
That's a lesson.
Oh, yeah, I know.
You learn, no matter what happens, I'm going to make it.
Yeah.
Which is a big thing too. I mean, I look back at some of the shit through my life and I'm like, man, I'll find a way. I always do.
Well, that's what's interesting with the depression part that you were dealing with, because you can take a lifter that as you were, and you can tear a hamstring, right? The only thing going through your mind is, how long is this fucking thing going to take? You know what I'm saying? It's not like, oh shit, I'm not going to be able to walk again. Or is it like, how long fucking is this going to take? But yet this other depression thing, it's not, fuck, how long is this going to take to get through? Why the difference?
Well, even like when I told the sled dragging story, the physical pain is better than the mental pain.
But there's still mental pain associated with a hamstring tear, because now you know you can't do. But that's what I'm
saying. That's easier than the depression pain. Tearing a hamstring, like
how? Because you can't train.
That would be hard to describe, because
you can't distinguish the physical and the mental. It's still wrapped together. You tear your hamstring, you're like, fuck, now I can't squat for who knows how long.
There's a mental side to the physical one, but you know it's going to heal. And even if it doesn't heal,
So with the
I
depression,
throw the crap out of my hamstring. I still squat.
with the depression,
The depression, it's a whole different mental thing. Like,
but if you know you come out of it, how's it any different than if you know if you heal?
because you have it, if you're in it bad enough, like I said, you can tell yourself the positive, but you don't feel the positive. So when you're in it, that's where you start going, well, what if this is it? Where like when you're healthy, and that's why I try to tell people is, I don't want anybody to, depression sucks. I don't want anybody to have to go through depression, but the fact is some people do. But if there's any way I can help people stop it, I want to do that.
Wait,
And
is
especially
stop the right
training.
word? Wouldn't it be control?
Control it.
Okay.
Control it would be a better word.
Yeah.
But I really want to impact, and this is something I only thought of like a few months back, where I really started going, wait a minute, like I don't think good when I'm depressed. So if I'm in a gym training and I push myself into depression, maybe that's why I have a hard time reaching those people, because they're not thinking right either, and they can't see it.
We'll walk that back again for me. I'm not sure I understood what
Once
you
you
said.
get depressed, you don't think correctly. Like something's wrong with your brain.
Yeah.
So if I have people, when I go to somebody who's already in depression in training, and I try to go, hey, if you back off, we can get you through that. They're not thinking right. They're not logical. What they're thinking is, you know what? When I go to the gym, I forget about the depression. That's what I want right now. And
what if they come to you though
thinking,
and say what you know they're going to say? This is how I cope with it.
Yeah.
Then what's your answer to that?
I'm going to go, not at this phase.
How so?
Because all they're doing is making it worse. The gym can be a way to cope with depression if you're not overtrained. Like if I take somebody off the street who deals with depression, and I go, hey, let's start training.
Let's change this from just say if you're not training and it's exercise.
If you're exercising.
That makes a little more sense,
okay.
Right?
Exercising can actually help.
Yeah.
And like one of the main things any depression book you read is going to say walks in nature.
Well, this is where I think people get this convoluted.
One of the biggest things. So exercise is good for you, but if you push too far, it goes wrong fast.
All right. So what are the variables that you would determine is too far? Like getting psyched for the lift, this strain that you're doing?
No, the overtraining on the central nervous system and possibly the lymphatic system. I think. I don't have, I'm not a doctor. I don't have the.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. I mean, we're kind of going through the difference between exercise and training, right? Where we can say one's with purpose, one's without, but there's more going on there.
Right.
Right.
But even with training, training's good for it too, but there's a limit. So what are the variables? So if you already suffer from depression, and the funny thing is, I know I've started asking a lot of lifters, because I'm trying to teach myself more. I'm starting to ask lifters different questions and stuff, especially high level lifters, where they don't even know they're dealing with depression. They're just like, oh yeah, I'm going into a meet. And somebody was on your podcast. He's like, yeah, man, I was all crying and shit at commercials going into a meet, and then they talk about how messed up they are after the competition. I'm like, no, that's depression. Like, you don't want to admit it. Maybe you don't want to say it. Maybe you don't know. Like, you're pushing your body. If you're pushing your body into depression, it went too far. Like, you're not competing optimally. And I'll argue that till my death. Like, there's no way you need to be there to lift that weight. You could lift way more weight if you weren't that far. But the problem is once you get that far, now you're not thinking logically. So it's hard sometimes to reach these people, and they've used it. It's like the sleep thing. No, I'm fine on 5 hours. I've coping with that for years. Like, no, you got used to it. Even with my clients, one of the things I do with my clients, I probably train everybody I know less than most trainers. I have guys that come to me. One of my first questions when I first start talking to them is like, well, how do you feel? They're like, no, I feel good. My joints are fine. Da, 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 da. And I go, okay. They're like, I'm definitely not overtrained. I'm like, all right, well, let's take a week off, then we'll start. And inevitably within 6 months, every one of them will go, you know what? I didn't think I was overtrained, but now I know I was, because I feel better than I've ever felt, and I'm stronger than I've ever been. But they didn't know it. Like, it's hard. It happens so slow. it's hard to tell. I mean, with your injuries in your shoulders, did you know as soon as it happened, or did you kind of deal with it and then all of a sudden you're like, "Damn, my shoulder's totally fucked now"?
Oh, you know the answer to that.
Yeah, I mean, it happens slowly, and the overtraining and the depression, it happens slowly. Like all my guys on my team, they all admitted if I wouldn't have called them on their sleep, they would have just kept going.
Well, that makes sense though, because when you go to the shoulders and the injuries and stuff like that, myself and any other lifter, if you ever say, hey, look, that was caused from benching or whatever it is. It's like, nah, man, I got this genetic history. It always goes.
There's always an excuse.
There's always different variables that are associated with it, to justify the variable that you want to keep in there, which plays into.
I remember I went to one of my friends one time when I first met him. And I actually met him. I was putting on a seminar and I met him there. And I grabbed him in the traps and I'm like, dude, relax, man. Like, what the hell's going on? You tense or what? I mean, it was like this. And he's like, no, I am relaxed. I go, dude, your upper back is fucked up if that's relaxed.
Mm-hmm.
You can't tell me that wasn't overtraining that led to that. Like, there's no way your muscle gets to that if it has time to recover. And I'm going to say the same thing about all these modalities we do now. Rolling, RPR, everything that we do. I think a lot of that would not be done if people would just give themselves time to recover.
Let's take a bathroom break real quick, and then we're going to come back and jump into the modalities. Hey guys, if you're a strength athlete, coach, trainer, or practitioner, the Swiss Symposium in Columbus, Ohio at the Easton Town Center, time's running out. It's October 21st, and we have a $200 discount running right now. As I said, seats are starting to fill. So head over to elitefts.com, register today. As I want to call out the limited edition apparel, the link is in the description. As I've spoken about before, the limited edition apparel is apparel that I basically come up with. So some of the designs suck, some of them not so much. It's a weird thing. The ones that I think are going to do really well usually don't. The ones that I think aren't going to do really well do really well. Either way, they're all limited runs, so it changes, every single month. But all limited edition items are tri-blend material with, the cut that everybody wants now that's a little bit tighter on their arms so they can show off how big their fucking arms are. The limited edition items directly support the podcast. So head over, pick up your shirt today. Could be a hoodie, could be shorts. We got these ball hugger shorts right now, which I would never wear, but I was told they were super popular. But you know what? They were wrong because they're still sitting there and I probably should discount them right now. Anyhow, if you want to see the discount on the ball hugger shorts, head over to the limited edition apparel, link in the description box. Okay, we're back. What I want to jump on before we took the break was there's two areas I want to go back to, but you started talking about recovery modalities, where you said something that I agree with, that to me, a recovery modality should be a last course action that needs to be put into the training program, assuming you're like 8 weeks out from a meet. There's time off's not really an option. It's like this, it shouldn't become part of the whole process.
Yes.
To increase work capacity. Because to me, to implement in recovery training sessions or recovery modalities kind of tells me, and even when I was competing, it kind of told me you fucked up somewhere.
Yeah.
This is to unfuck yourself to get back on par, to be able to do it, where others will use it to be able to think that they can increase their work capacity, but I don't think it really does. Yeah. I think it just drains them.
Or they continue. I think this comes to compartmentalizing, lying to yourself, however you want to look at it. Like, I'm 51. I'll have like 30 minutes in between clients and I'm like, oh, I want to get a bench session in. I just start throwing plates in the bar. Like, how can I do that if I'm 51 and then 20-year-old can't bench for like 45 minutes because he's got to do all these different stretches and all this different shit? I'm like, your body is obviously beat to crap. And I mean, all the modalities and everything are great if they're used properly. Like, hey, something went wrong, you got hurt. Let's use these to get you back on track. But first of all, what went wrong and how can we stop that from happening again?
Yeah.
Then let's get you back on track. Let's start working on that. And like you said, if it's like, hey, we got it. If you're a powerlifter, you're going to get hurt. You're going to get screwed up. And when the meet comes, depending on the meet, like I did some dumb shit going into meets and competed like with my hamstring completely torn.
Well, everybody did.
But it was a world championship. To me, okay, this is it. This is what I trained for. This is worth the risk. I know going in, it's not the most intelligent thing, but I'm getting at this age, I have so many years to get this goal. I'm willing to risk this.
Well, there becomes a tipping point at that level too. You have so much in it already that it becomes harder to walk away.
Yes.
Especially at that level. Now, if it's a local meet, like whatever, no big deal.
Yeah.
You twinge this, and there's no badge of honor and no hardcore award for showing up because you're fucked up. But the one thing I used to tell all you guys with the WPOs and those meets back then is, it's your level, man. The biggest thing is the person that's the least fucked up wins every time. And true. I had to be away from it long enough to be able to notice it. Then when I started to notice it, I'm like, this is, because I remember the first time it really came to my light, when I really started to really think about it more, was one of the WPOs at the Arnold, and Brian Carroll was lifting. And he was smaller at the time, like 180, 198. I mean, he was a smaller lifter. And he was lifting against Croc and some of the other ones. And everybody in his weight class all agreed. That guy right there is the person that should win, but he's never the healthiest.
Right.
And I'm like, that's fucking interesting. But then you kind of know the other guy's like, well, your fucking back's jacked right now. Your knee's fucked up. Your hamstring's sore. Your pec's tweaked. And it's like, all this stuff. And then I started to notice. And then you start thinking training wise, like, what if you were strong enough to squat 1200 and you only squatted that 1130? Wouldn't you just have to do the same training over again? You wouldn't have to do any more, just repeat it. Don't push don't add 5 more pounds. Just go back in the same state, which should be easier to do. Right.
That's actually,
that was one of the things.
Great. I've never even thought of it that way, but that's, Oh, that
was one of the things that, that was one of the things that Louis, I gotta put that back to where it came from, is
if you had the strength, your training worked.
Yes.
You just didn't perform.
Yes. So it was,
just do the same thing and it's going to be a little easier for you. And watch your going into the meet and bam, you got it.
Yeah. I think it was when I squatted 860 and we were driving back from York or whatever it was. And it was easy. I mean, it was easy. And we're all like, man, you could have squat 900. I'm like, okay, when we go back, we're laying these cycles out, and I'm like, okay, because I used 4 chain or whatever it is. So we'll just use 5 chain. So we're planning this all out. Louis just looks at me and like, why don't you just do the same shit that you did and go back and squat what you should have squatted? And I thought for a minute, I'm like,
so simple.
And I thought, man, this makes so much sense. Then the other part of my brain was, this is not going to work. Just because the environment I'm in, like this still isn't going to work, but the philosophy of all that was like, he's got a point. Like if you leave all this weight on the platform, go back next time and get it.
Just do the same thing. Yeah.
Don't tear the shit out of yourself trying to do more, thinking more, but we don't. What we do is we think I could have done 900. So if I up this a little, like what if I would have done the 900, then I upped it a little bit, then I get that 950. That's what really goes through your head.
Even when I did that 1221 squat and it didn't pass, so I was out of the meet. I remember very distinctly going, all right, cool. I got this. I just got to go. I just got to turn it up. And what I should have done is went, you got this. Take 4 weeks off. And then start back at your next meet.
The squat thing was a weird one to kind of see mature, because I remember it was Dave Barno when I was still competing said something, because this squat jumped a lot, like 80 pounds, like from like 20 to 1,000 or something like that. Like, what the fuck did you do? It's like, well, I just squat once a month now. I'm like, the fuck? This is the dumbest shit I ever heard. And then later on, it was, your frequency started to increase. And then And even now, Hoff, when he talks about when he really goes heavy, how far that frequency is apart. Now, there's other sessions in between, like once a month is when
I
it's
want
really
to
heavy.
sit down. I met Hoff at the pro. I really want to sit down and talk to him.
But it seems to be, at least with that, I could be wrong. It could be just with any spinal unloading, because there's a certain weight where it changes. Like over a grand, things substantially change. At least is what it seems. I can't say I didn't do it.
Well, again, here, think about this. So, and I think we might have talked about this back in the day. Like once you hit a level, you're doing what no one else has done.
Yeah.
Like, why are you paying attention to what anyone else does?
Yeah.
Like you're in a whole different ball. Like literally nobody has done what you've done.
Mm-hmm.
So why even think about anything anyone else has done? But we get caught up in that.
Yeah, it's
and it's funny because I've heard people will talk about, well, if you're a beginner, don't do what the advanced guys are. But then when we get advanced, we still do what everyone else at the mid-level is doing.
Well, I think with, I forget who I was talking to about this, with the beginner and the advanced, I think you can look at what the advanced lifters do and look at what the advanced bodybuilders do. Granted, they're all outliers, but you got to look at them differently. You got to look at them to find what is common amongst all of them.
Yeah.
Right. Don't look at the slight differences. That's what they want to look at, but what's the common factor amongst all of them? And you'll find it, simple things that you don't want to know.
Well, I don't know if I ever told you, there was a time where you could still, like, manuals still sold.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh man, I'm in the weight room with 20 of the strongest dudes in the world. Like I know everybody. I got their phone numbers. Like I'm going to come up with the greatest program ever.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Stupidest thing I ever thought. One of the stupidest things that ever popped into my head. So I start talking to everybody and I'm asking everybody and I'm like, okay, this is a hodgepodge of, okay, Chad, you need to like step back, think scientifically. Okay, what's the common ground? And then I went back and started to see what is everyone doing. And still the number one thing I came up with, they're all confident in themselves.
That's the first thing. And
they're all confident in going, hey, here's what I need. Here's what I don't need. And then I started, I loved going, the WPO meets were great because everybody would come early and, you'd be in the hotel lobby talking to like just all these the strongest dudes in the world. And everybody was cool. Nobody was like, fuck you, that won't work. Yeah. It was like, yeah, I tried that, man. It didn't work, but it might work later. I don't know. And so everybody, you're just learning all this different shit. And you're like, everybody changed somewhat as they got stronger. Everybody was kind of doing different stuff. Some guys do a little bit of conjugates. Some guys were still doing linear periodization. Like there was no real common ground other than the mentalities.
The mentalities, and they learned how to auto-regulate their training.
Yeah, and they learned how to auto-regulate training.
Well, those are the two things. I mean, that's why I'm so insistent on this auto-regulation thing, because in a real mindset, because there's a fake mindset, you can do it too, right?
Like
a real mindset. I mean, you got to really, really figure this out. Like, really, what's going on? Because sometimes you are being a puss. Sometimes you do need to fucking, get into it and fucking do what you're supposed to do. For some people, that's most of the time. Some other people, it's no. Yeah. You need to, there's this weird ground. Earlier,
that goes again with being honest with yourself.
Well, and training partners will help with that too. I wouldn't say this is just exclusively to training either. I would say it can be, with just people in your life in general. Somebody's got to be around that's willing to call you out on your own bullshit. Right. And that's sometimes harder than people think it is. It's easy when you're younger and you got mentors and stuff like that.
I actually want to do a podcast with all my old training partners where we just tell a lot of the dumbass stories because I think they're funny.
Oh, yeah.
But they're all stories of us learning to trust each other. Where we would argue in the beginning, we'd argue. Somebody told me it looked like shit. I'm like, fuck you. I fucking keep doing it. I got a story of me deadlifting and they stripped the weight and I'm yelling across the gym. Cause I'm just so pissed. I want them to say it looks good, but it looks like shit. And the more I do it, the worse it's getting.
What's an example of one of them that you guys learned from?
But, well, that one, a lot of times, like even when I would walk in and I don't know how the hell Ethan knew this, but he would just look at me and he knew. And so at first he would go, dude, you're done today. I go, I feel fine. I'm training. And it would end up leading to shit. And then eventually I had to go, listen, Ethan knows what he's doing. Like, just shut up and listen to him.
Mm-hmm.
And he's there. He's not, I wouldn't have any kiss asses on my team. Like I needed the truth.
Mm-hmm.
There was one in the very beginning, back when we didn't all have phones that had cameras. And what was that? I think they kept yelling at me. Like I learned from you. And then when I brought guys on, I taught them. Cause I'm like, this is going to be a symbiote. We're a team, man. We're an actual team. Like we're here to help each other be better. I don't want to hear a bunch of Robert bullshit. So I need you guys to learn. So I taught them. And I think they're like, dude, you're not sitting back enough. Like you're squatting down, not back. I'm like, bullshit. I know my body. I'm squatting down. I go, fuck you guys. I'm bringing the fucking camera next week. Bring the camera and film the first one. And I'm like, son of a fuck, I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, okay, dumbass. Like you taught them well. Like now let them do what you wanted them to do. And listen to what they say.
Earlier, you're talking about one of the guests that I had on that was talking about crying, before the meet because of commercials and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then, getting the meet and the meet's a disaster. The anabolics play a role into that too.
Oh, yes. Without a doubt.
So then how's that play into, say for yourself back then with the depression, how's that play into that? There's another variable.
The testosterone helped. It eased it up.
So then why
more testosterone eased the depression? But that's a Band-Aid again. Like, at least in my mind, it's a Band-Aid.
Yeah.
But I think me and you talked about this a long time ago. Like I've had some of my therapists are like, Chad, if you start feeling it come, like bump your testosterone up for a couple of weeks. And then, of course, I've had doctors that are like, yo, don't do that. And I'm like, well, screw you. I tried it and it works, so shut up.
Well, going back then, there's going to be different agents than what you're going to use now, too.
Mm-hmm.
In different doses.
Mm-hmm.
So was there a dose that made it counterproductive?
No, for me, just the testosterone. Like, I've always felt better when I was on. Now, I never took a whole lot either. I mean, like, I think my biggest cycle was going into the 06 or 07 Arnold. And I think the last couple of weeks, my test was at 1,000. And I was doing like 75 of tren every other day. Something like that. And that was it. That was all I was doing. Which some people might say it's a lot. I know a lot of people that's nothing.
Well, when did you start?
I totaled 2670 something clean.
Okay, that's because you're in that one. There's a story that I tell. You're one of them fuckers. That.
Do you remember when I called you?
Oh yeah, I remember. Right, because when you first did,
I'm like, they put me on a test. It's like, fuck you. I'm like, fuck me. What the fuck?
I thought you were lying.
I thought you were lying to me.
But you're lying the whole time. It pissed me off because it wasn't just you. There's a bunch of. And like, motherfuckers lying. I'm like, what the fuck you gotta lie to me for? And then you start, and it's like, oh fuck. Like this next meet, there's like a profound difference. It's like, okay, so people can total 2,600 pounds clean, without sleep. Like what? That
but
changed.
I trained a lot less. Like I really, steroids are an interesting thing for me because I almost see it as like, I think you could get really close without doing it to what people do on it, but it's going to take you longer.
Well, you and a handful of other guys changed my perspective on what I thought could be done trained drug-free. For sure.
Now,
sure.
Here's another interesting concept that I've never seen a study on. It seemed like all of us had low test. So did we push our bodies so far? Again, one of the systems where we overtrained was that the lymphatic system?
Endocrine system.
The endocrine system. So did we overtrain our endocrine system so it couldn't keep up with the production? And that's why we were low and still strong as hell. I mean, I had like a 125, 115 or 125 test level.
I think that's probably more related to your not sleeping.
Which is also a factor too. Like no sleep, how are you going to produce these things?
Yeah.
And especially when it's no deep sleep.
Yeah.
So I still have all these questions that it's like, God, I wish I could get answers. I mean, I don't know what it mean anything, but it would just be interesting to know.
Yeah.
And I do think, I mean, if you overtrain, what does it do with your levels? But the fact is most people that are aggressive enough to overtrain are doing something.
Yeah. Let's be enablers here for a minute. So let's do say that you are 6 weeks out from the meet and you do overstep and you need recovery modalities. What worked best for you?
Powering through.
Well, I know that, but I mean, from like, did you try hot, cold, contrast? You know,
Contrast baths always helped me. I just didn't have an option. So I would do like contrast showers.
Yeah.
I remember I did Highland Games nationals at Pleasanton a couple years. And one year I had this hotel where the pool was cold as hell and they had a hot tub. And Pleasanton's a 2-day. So for a guy who doesn't sleep, a 2-day event is insane.
Mm-hmm.
So I got done with the first day and I went back and I go, dude, I can do contrast baths. I did like an hour. Cold pool, hot tub, cold pool, hot tub, cold pool, hot tub. That was my best second day event ever. Like that actually had a serious impact. The recovery sessions, I'm still sold on recovery. I still do recovery sessions to this day with all of my clients.
Why put them in there though? You know what I'm saying? If they're in there, then something's astray. So are they really recovery sessions or what are they in there for?
GPP and recovery.
All right.
I think even if you're healthy,
give me an example.
And you do, I do a lot of different. One of the ones I'll do is 100 reps. So I'm like, if you benched the day before,
yeah,
I'm gonna have you come in and I go, I want you to do dumbbell bench press for 100 reps. I don't care how you do 100 reps, 10 sets of 10, 2 sets of 50. I don't give a shit. Because as soon as they hear 100 reps, most people will grab a really light dumbbell.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll be like, all right, do 100 incline flies. Okay, do 100 dumbbell row back extensions. And I basically pick what muscle groups did we work. We're going to do 100 of these. And then you're done. That's it. 15, 20 minutes. But it pumps a lot of blood. And like, I think there's this, I call it deloading or unloading. I don't think unloading, to me, an unload is like, don't do shit. You're not doing anything.
Yeah.
You just completely unloaded everything. I don't think that's the optimum way. I think doing something only really light is more productive than not doing anything.
How do you choose the movements that you want to do? It's just the muscles that you want to flush?
Yeah, basically. I don't think I haven't had, like, of all the different exercises I've used, I didn't really see any major difference in any of them.
These beginners or intermediates, what are they?
All of them. I do with all of them. With my intermediates, it helps more with GPP. With my advanced people, it helps more with recovery.
Powerlifters?
Mm-hmm. No, I do it with everybody. I got a 75-year-old construction worker, owned his own business, contractor. I started doing it with him, and it really works. I mean, it worked. He's getting better and better, like, all the time.
Well, the reason I'm asking is,
and I do a lot of different ones. I really like doing bodyweight stuff with the rings, or like a TRX.
yeah.
So like if they did upper body, I'm gonna go, okay, we're gonna do basically an angled push up, and then we're gonna do a row, and then we're gonna do some flies, and then we're gonna do some Ys, and it's all with their body weight. So it's all pretty easy stuff. It sets
so you're
30
looking at activation too.
Yeah, and I'm concentrating on, because he was one, he really rounded over and all hunched out. His traps were hard as rocks. And so I got him to open up, and that was another good one to work on his posterior upper back and try to get his anterior loosened up so he could actually stand up straight again.
With those sessions, I can argue for and against. So I'm indifferent. So if that's how I feel with things like that. So I'm indifferent with that. But what I would wonder, if they're beginners or intermediates, if one of those movements was the actual main lift. So say
usually I try to make it, I mean, but it's like, if it's a bench press, I'll do a dumbbell bench press.
Well, I'm saying if it's a bench press though, but you had them do it with a dowel rod and you made sure every rep they did was a perfect rep.
Yes.
You know, or a squat with a dowel rod. Every rep is a perfect rep. That's 100 repetitions of technical reinforcement that, you know, if you take all the other pros and cons away, there's no con with technical reinforcement of the best squat pattern that they can do. The deadlift becomes a little tricky because unless you're just practicing the wedging, you know, and from like top down.
It's hard to deadlift with lightweight and do it.
Well, you can, but I would think actually more of the other range is you need at least 95 pounds to have it far enough off the ground, I guess you could do a block or something like that, you know. But if it was just practicing, you know, wedge,
No,
you know,
I'm
that
actually,
wedge position.
I'm really big. And that was one of the interesting things. I've had some of my clients that worked with other coaches. And I see this. I try not to go to any other gyms anymore because they drive me nuts. But I've seen other personal trainers and they never touch their clients.
Well, you need there, yeah.
Like, and you got to give them that like proprioceptive feedback. Like, because I mean, even like a lot of my older clients, they cannot scapular retract.
Yeah,
they can't. It's gone.
I know, but if you're in a club,
I have to actually grab them and move them and go, here, feel this muscle. Can you feel this muscle I'm tapping? That's the one I want you working.
If you're in a club and it's a personal trainer and I came from that world, you have to ask permission. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't go touching, you know, it's, and which is fucked up, but you know, it's a good habit to have, you know, because you don't want somebody to say, I was fucking groping me and all this other kind of shit. Cause it's different when it's gen pop and they've never trained with anybody ever before. And all of a sudden you're like cranking into their back or, you know, putting them in position and stuff like that. So that's that. I don't think it's the reason. I don't think that is the reason. You know, I think that they're not doing it because they don't know that they should do. I think you should. I agree 100%. Because, you know, being able to touch and let them know where they're supposed to feel things is huge.
It was funny. I watched the Dorian Yates video the other day, and he was teaching the guy bench pressing. And he's like, get those scaps retracted and depressed. And I go, holy shit, he's teaching like a powerlifter bench.
Yeah, yeah. And it's even just for bodybuilding movements, you know, people don't know how to flex their pecs.
No, they don't. It's
so you
amazing.
have to, you know, touching helps with that because it gives them.
I actually have not. This would be an interesting question for you. I have not interviewed a pro bodybuilder yet, but I think because when I started reading bodybuilding magazines and books, and I had pictures. I didn't have videos to look at, so I had to look at 3 pictures, 2, 3 if I was lucky. And I had to read the article and I had to go, okay, well, this is what it's supposed to work. So I'm going to do the exercise. Did I feel it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I didn't feel it, so I must not be executing it right. So I think that taught me this mind-muscle connection, and I think that really helped when you taught me proper technique.
Oh, it's huge.
And because I could actually feel, and I knew, you know, Dave said this is the muscle. So do I feel that muscle? And I think that that's something that, like, starting out as a bodybuilder is not actually a bad thing.
No, it's a good thing.
And I mean, I imagine the pros got to have such awesome muscle control. I mean, the couple guys that I know are like, dude, you tell them to flex all kinds of weird shit and they could probably flex that specific one muscle.
Well, if you work through a training day, you know, most important exercises first, right? Mm-hmm. Secondary exercises, and you get lower to the back end of a training day and you're doing double D handle pull downs, right? Why are you doing them, right? You're doing them to build lats, to build your back. Now, if it's a barbell row or a pendlay row, maybe I could think that you're doing them for acceleration strength. You know, there's a different reason, but that would be higher. That would be for 5s and stuff like that. But if you're doing something for the 8 to 10 rep range, you're doing it to build muscle, right? So why in the fuck are you going to try to stack the thing when you can use half the weight, go through a full range of motion, get more muscle activity,
and
feel it, learn how to contract and recover more effectively? Why should you? This is the one thing that I always kind of knew from the bodybuilding that I did very early on. Why should I have to recover from fucking tricep push downs? You know, they were just there to help build the tricep.
Right.
I shouldn't have to recover from, you know, having to bend over a stacked machine with my hands gripped close and a weight belt on and somebody holding my shoulders down to do fucking 300 pounds. I can use 70 pounds and get a tricep.
Well, see, that's an interesting concept though, too. Because I keep thinking about, and I was actually researching again the other day, like how muscles grow, trying to figure what is depending on, and again, this goes, how intense was your training session? If your training session was super intense, even if it's a bodybuilder session, that's still a lot of stress on all the other parts of your body. So the studies pretty much show a muscle recovers in, was it 24 to 48 hours? But what about the rest of your shit?
Well, I would question.
What about your central nervous system? What
I would throw back to that is what's going to be easier for if you're trying just to build muscle and it's a low fruit movement at the end of the day. And how much easier is it going to be to recover from a one-arm tricep pushdown compared to skull crushers with 275?
And so again, we're going down this rabbit hole of like, it depends.
It's a recovery game to me.
How far did you go, and how, like, did you do one really intense exercise and you're finishing with these? Was it all lighter weight, more focused on movement? Like, I mean, there's so many different factors that you could put into this.
Well, to me, it will come back.
And I think that goes back to the coach and, like you said, auto-regulating yourself.
Are you progressing?
Learning what you,
right? Are you
and are you progressing?
Right? Because if you're progressing, then the answer is easy.
That's tricky though, because you can progress and be overloading other stuff in your body. You can get stronger. I've done it.
Yeah, but
I've been in full on, want to shoot myself, but I'm still getting stronger.
Well, then see, one of your metrics for progression then has to be something that's going to gear towards that. What's your mood? What is your mood every morning you wake up?
That would be a great idea. Yeah.
So then that's a metric, you know, because somebody else may not have that metric. So then that's when you woke up in the morning, did you actually want to get up?
And you can actually, I think people, if they take the time to really kind of start thinking and focusing on that. And like, I'm horrible because every psychologist I went to would have these 1 to 10.
That's a terrible.
And I would usually end up going, listen, I'm not filling this out anymore. Like, this is stupid. I don't even know.
1 to 3, 1 to 5.
1 to 3, 1 to 5. Cause I think, cause I'm doing a 1 to 5 with Fiercely Fueled. And it's definitely like, I kind of just go, whatever the number pops into my head, I do. So I think it's an almost, like you said, it's like, well, if it's here. And it comes pretty, if you just go with it, I think it's pretty accurate.
If you can't define it, I like 1 to 5 because 3 is average and you can figure out kind of what that average is, or they can figure out their average. And if you can define it, you know, in some kind of terminology, then 4 is better because then you got 25, 50, you say with Isertel's Hypertrophy app, it'll ask muscle soreness and it will be not sore at all, a little sore, you know, recover before the training session, too sore. I was like, that's easy, you know, so boom, then that's actually a metric they'll use for the app to be able to determine if the load will go up or the reps will go up moving forward throughout that. Joint soreness is another one, you know, no soreness, a little stiff, way too, you know, so they break things into 4s, you know, after each movement, but they're defined. If it just said 1, 2, 3, 4, what the fuck, right? Yeah. Like that's a nightmare to navigate that one. Like what the fuck? There's no baseline. Yeah. Like a 3 becomes that baseline. So that's kind of how I always approached it, but it gets tricky. If you're really trying to dial that in with somebody, morning matters. Because if you just ask them when they come in, there's
too many other factors again. What happened during the day?
Fuck it. Was somebody driving slow?
Yeah. When they wake up in the morning, it's like, okay, this is a fresh start to the day. How do you feel now?
Yeah.
Like, I like that.
I mean, you go to the gym, you could get behind somebody that's going 15 miles an hour. And the fucker won't get back. So now you're mad. This is stupid. Yeah. You know, or 5 minutes before one of the songs came on that they really liked and their blood pressure goes up. It's like, fuck yeah, I'm training. You know, like this fucking 5, right? And it was just determined a song ago. Yeah. You know, so it becomes
I think that also, like what JM said about getting more out of somebody when they're happy. First, happy's a bad term, like feeling good. Yeah. And I think that's, I mean, I trained angry. I compete angry. And I think I get a lot out of that. But I didn't always train angry because it would just kill me.
You can't recover.
Like, yeah, it's just so, and I mean, there's multiple studies, but a lot of the studies say it doesn't matter what the stress is, physical or mental, it's going to affect your body similar. So I do think he's on to something where, like, feeling better about and feeling healthier or sense of well-being, whatever you want to call it. I think you're going to train better if you have that.
Of course.
So that's another reason to, like, not push into the states of depression or negativity or that kind of stuff, because you're going to get better training out of it.
You'll be more confident. Like, to me, it's because there's the training, which is the training session. And then there's the main set, right? The set you got to have your, you know, when you say you trained angry, what you're really talking about are a couple top sets. Like the rest of the stuff was not that same level.
Yeah, no, it was not all the
right.
time.
No, those
And
couple
then when
of
I
top
competed,
sets,
it was going to the. But what's interesting, and I just thought of this. What if I wasn't so depressed all the time? Would I have even needed to get that angry?
I don't know. But here's what I do know about that. Like, it's because I had my zippy cards or whatever you call it. So Louis said I could play 3 zippy cards in one day. Like if it was a meet, if it was training, I was allowed to play 1, right? Because when you go to that state and you try not to, I mean, optimally, if you're a lifter and you're serious about this, you really, really try not to.
Yeah.
Right. That's like the last resort. Like
Yes.
you want it just to, but if it's not, fuck it, I'm going there. But as soon as you go there, what I wish I would have done different is on those days, ask myself a few minutes after that, what do I need to trade for this?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Do I need to just stop the session right now? Because no matter what I do from this point on, it isn't going to benefit me in any way.
Yeah.
It's only negative at this point. Or even before I did it, then it was, is this worth what my squat session is going to feel like on Friday? Right? But you don't, because you're just in that moment of like, okay, motherfucker, I'm going to do this. But if I would have just stopped, is this worth the session on Friday, which has more value? So max effort Monday dynamic. Is this worth that? Because it would have been doing one less fucking set, but the recovery would have been way better because now I'm not going to Pluto, which puts stresses on our system. I don't think we even understand.
Yeah, I don't think we have a clue what that actually does to us.
No, I mean, after those sets, I vomit.
So then here's my thought on that. Then I go back to the old HIIT training. What stimulated? How far did I have to go to stimulate basically growth?
Well, now you're talking hypertrophy and strength, and I think those are 2 different mechanisms.
Don't they kind of play off each other though?
A little bit, but somebody.
I mean, to what, like, because you could not get bigger and get stronger simply through strengthening the central nervous system connection, technique.
Yeah, but bodybuilders are not anywhere near as strong as powerlifters, and they're way bigger than powerlifters.
There's a couple.
So
outliers, but
the outliers, but powerlifters are nowhere near as big as bodybuilders. So it's different. To me, a bodybuilder should learn to optimize. Say if they can dumbbell bench.
Okay, well then is the muscle getting stronger physiologically different than the muscle getting bigger?
To a degree, yeah. Because a stronger muscle, a bigger muscle,
there's like 3 different factors when it recovers.
Yeah, strength is different because strength is going to become more neural. Strength is more a sequencing pattern of muscle groups working together. So building a muscle.
Do you still need to hit? I mean, it's like the carpenter. In the old days, when a carpenter swung a hammer, when he first got into construction, and I did this a lot, where I'd go to school and then go back to construction. Your first week, you're freaking toast, man.
Sure.
And then the next week, you're like, oh, this isn't bad. And then the third week, you're like, oh, hey, my forearm got stronger. I can swing this hammer all day. And then it doesn't get any stronger. You're just that strong. So there still has to be some sort of stimulation and training to make us stronger. So what is that? Like, I'm thinking now, I think in terms of like, what's the minimum I have to do to hit that?
It depends on what the movement's being done for example.
And again, there's so many factors.
Well, let's to me, this is how my brain will do this. So if we're going to separate the strength of a squat to the development of quads, right? And with basically 2 different movements, say the squat and belt squat. On one, we're talking about a movement pattern that we're trying to synchronize everything to be able to just explode, boom, move through, reduce the range of motion as much as we possibly can while still being a legal lift, optimize that as effectively we can with everything in our body that we can possibly do. On the quads, now, right, say it's a belt squat close stance, you're going to go as low as you possibly can so you can feel the quad stretch to get that full range of motion. Don't use momentum when you start kind of slow, contract the muscle, and then build a little momentum as you come up through the thing, but then eccentrically low. So you're putting the muscle under more load, or more stress per se, different type of stress. Right. push down. A curl would be another example. Like you can muscle fuck a curl up, just heave it, cheat it, do a cheat curl, right? Then you compare that to doing a curl to where you just flex the bicep first, don't use momentum, and then just curl it all up. One's going to definitely develop a bicep curl strength for a 1 rep competition.
Right.
The other one probably won't. The other one's probably going to, now which one's going to develop a bigger bicep?
Second one.
I would say probably the second one, right? But aside from all that, let's just forget all that. Which one's easier to recover from?
I honestly don't know.
The less weight. One's going to have less fucking weight, right? It's going to have more muscle tension, but it's going to have less weight. So the weight is going to, if you're isolating a muscle group and basically it's just the bicep that's doing that, yes, other things are going to be impacted.
Yeah.
But now you're doing a cheat curl and you're working your upper back, your spinal erectors and everything else in a different mental state. Obviously, it's going to be harder to recover from. Like
that actually goes back to my whole systems.
Yeah. So say another example.
More muscles, you train more systems.
Yeah. So say when you were strong, say when you're strong and you're doing bent over rows, you probably use 365, 405 and just muscle fuck those things. You know, just grab, boom, pull that fucker, right?
Low back
then when you're done, you're breathing like a fucking freight train. Your back's fucking shot. You're fried. All right. Then you compare that to a machine seated chest supported row with slower tension, no momentum, and flexing as hard as you possibly can. That one's probably going to pump your back up way more than what the bent over rows were. Which one's going to make you stronger? I would say the bent over row. Which one's going to develop more lats? In this context, I'd probably say the other.
Right.
Optimally, you need a balance of both.
Yes.
Now, depending upon who the person is, bodybuilders need more of one thing, powerlifters need more of another thing. For a powerlifter to train their accessories, which you can't really quantify, will actually make the lift stronger. Super heavy, radical with aggression and force, to me is dumb as fuck. Like you can't tell me, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You can't justify to me a tricep push down is going to actually help your bench. A JM press, yes. So, okay, yeah, the JM press is hard, heavy, 3s, 5s. A push down, like what the fuck? Why is somebody holding your shoulders down?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Because now that stimulation is more than just trying to isolate a movement.
Yeah.
That makes sense?
No, it actually totally makes sense.
And if you break it way down,
from my own definitions, you hit on like so many things that are like, okay, I totally get it.
Well, you peel it back more and you just start dealing with things that are to activate. You know, it's the YTWs or, you know, shit like that, bird dog, stuff like that. They're just to activate. You can do those 3 times a day.
Yeah.
Be able to recover from those. But you're not do them heavy.
Because it's totally isolating just that muscle group.
Yeah. But what if you could load it as heavy as you could?
How much stress on your pulmonary system? How much stress in your respiratory system? Like it's a whole lot less when you do that strict.
Yes. So when all those systems are being taxed on that lift that you're psychologically being a fucking maniac with, we know it has downstream impacts.
Yeah.
So that's going back to what I was saying. That's what, if that would have happened, I wish I would have thought better beforehand, because sometimes I do think it was necessary. And then when it did happen, what did I change to allow for that increase of intensity and effort? You know, probably didn't need reverse hypers and shit that day. You know, that was just added stimulus beyond stimulus that's already been maxed.
And I think that's the thing is okay, what did I stimulate strength gains? And then I always try to think in terms of what's the minimum to do that. Like I question. So when we trained less often than most people. And I don't know what everybody did training like a West Side conjugate, but I mean, we went, say it was 400 pounds. It was quarters and plates. If you barely got 405, you got 405, throw 1455 on. I know you ain't going to get it, but I want you to feel it. I want you to control it. And then the next time I think we're going to make better gains than bumping you 5 pounds at a pop. But should I have just went to 95% instead of trying to go like 110?
Well, with the minimum that you're talking about, over time that's going to increase, right? Because you need that progressive overload to be able to increase. But you also need a phasic structure in the plan. So you're going to have other phases to where that's going to decrease. Yeah. Because it can't progressively increase for long periods of time. Then you run into the problems that you're talking about. Yeah. Because then your minimum effective dose, you'll adapt, right?
And so you have to keep pushing.
then it has, yeah. So you need to do more to be able to get greater adaptation, or you have to physically phase down or on to something else and then come back. That's called periodization is what it is. You know, it's that, so that's laying out, you know, what things need to be addressed during what times. But everybody does it. Even if you don't think they're doing it. Because everything's
like, why can't you add everything in?
What do you mean?
Like I would do with some of my clients, I basically do max effort, dynamic effort, and rep.
So what's the dynamic effort do?
And we just keep switching.
I know, but the dynamic effort, what's it do? Does it go up over a period of weeks?
Yeah, basically, like with the clients I train in person, I'm going strictly off their speed.
Yeah. So what's that
hopefully
do?
it should gradually increase in weight.
For how many weeks?
I don't do waves. I didn't do waves when I was training.
Yeah. So then they'd be doing 800 pounds.
Yeah, but dude, nobody ever gets to that.
But what happens when the speed stops increasing?
Well, it seems like there's points where you'll be at the same speed. Like from the time I benched 600 to the time I benched 9, I used 225 with mini bands.
Yeah.
The whole time.
Mm-hmm.
I never went up in weight. I didn't have a velocity meter back then, so I'm not sure if my speed went up. But like for me, it was like, I'm in here trying to keep my speed up. So I'm going to come in here and go as absolutely fast as I can every time. But I used that my weight never went up, but my bench kept going up.
Mm-hmm. That I agree with. I mean, that was what about the accessory movements that have after that?
Those gradually went up.
Yes.
I mean, they all went up.
And then at the meet, you know, they gradually go back down. Then they have to climb back up. They don't keep always gradually going up because you cycle off of them.
Well, yeah, I would switch. I would go through different exercises.
Yeah, you would switch them. Why? Because you wouldn't be able to make progress on them anymore.
I just switched them because I felt like I wanted to switch.
I get it. But you know what I'm saying here, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, you can't. I mean, everything can't continually always go up.
Yes.
There has to be some sort of give somewhere.
Yes. So
but it also seems like, and this is just one of those things I'm always thinking about. It seems like theoretically in my head, and maybe this is like, yeah, it works in a vacuum, not in real life. It's like, couldn't, if you had this stimulate, recover, growth, stimulate, recover, growth, shouldn't you be able to just keep always getting stronger?
You would like to think so. But the recovery,
that might just be so perfect that will never happen.
Well, you got what's the recover mean?
Well, see, I think when I think of recovery, I started thinking of recovery and growth. Like recovery to me is replenishing everything that you used up in that training to get your body back to like homeostasis.
Okay, let's say you just did a meet though. So what's recovery mean after the meet? Because you're fucking trashed after the meet. You're
trash. It's going to take 4 to 6 weeks just to get back to like homeostasis.
Yeah. So there's a phase, by the way.
Yeah.
But anyhow, you know, so there's
yeah.
So there's a phase.
Yeah, because you have to. It's something. There's because
then when you come back after that, you're not
hard.
At the,
like could you?
You see what I'm saying though? When you come back after that, you're not at the same place that you were at the meet.
You're beat up for.
So it takes a little while to get back to where that was.
There's a period.
So there's period. See what I'm saying? Like it's always in there, but conjugate, it gets a little diluted because there's different variables, right? Because you're building different motor abilities at the same time.
Right.
Right. So some people will have flat waves with the speed. I did. You know, some people will have waves, you know, with that. For the bench, flat waves seem to work better for most. You know, squat had some kind of phasic wave, you know, some type of structure to it.
Yeah, and like some of my guys, I'm like, I'm not even worried about doing speed with them. Like they're just explosive as shit.
Yeah. So then it goes to
and I kind of feel like you can only get somebody so explosive. Like so then I go, is it worth continuing to push this when I could be doing another max or something in there?
I was that way, and the way that I looked at it and the way I implemented it were two different things. The way I looked at it was, I'm not going to get more explosive, but I can't afford to get weaker. I can't afford to become less explosive because that's all I had.
True.
Right. So I had to do enough to be able to maintain.
So even at that point though, so then how did you incorporate it? It seems to me if you're just trying to maintain it, maybe you don't need to do it every week, but every other week.
how I did it and how I would have done it are different.
All right, give me both.
Right. Well, how I did it was kind of based upon the guys I was training with too. Right. So it was more than I needed. Right. Because it did start to impact the force that I was able to display through the rep speed because it became too heavy. The bands changed, stuff like that. Right. So how I would have done it would be to always be able to maintain that pop. You know, that you know what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. There's a there's a feeling like this is fast, this is right, this is heavy. Right. This is right in that range to stay in that range. Yes, I could cycle in, you know, bands and chains, but I had to be able to maintain that feeling. When that feeling becomes a grind, then that's max effort. Right. Then it worked. To me, I think it worked against me. And it did end up that way. But, you know, it is what, you know, you're in that group. It's like, fuck that, I'm doing what they're doing. So that is what it is. My squat also didn't go up when that started to happen either. It started to go down. I started to get fucked up. The max effort day should have been the day, you know, for that grinding. But for me, that was so much harder to get stronger. It was a lot easier to be able to just have the technique better. Right. Getting strong is hard, especially when you've been doing something for fucking 25 years. It's fucking hard. And that was this battle. Like, how much of this is necessary if I know I'm only going to get fucking 10 pounds stronger from that, you know? So that's how, from that, now, I do believe that at a certain age, you're not going to get more explosive, 100%, but you can become less explosive. So how do we maintain it? So you want to maintain it using, as you were talking about, the least effective dose to be able to maintain. But then you got to still build the strength. Yes. Right. Looking back, I should have spent more time developing the strength, because that out of all these components, that was my weak point. Right. I wasn't fucking strong. I was just fast. You know. No,
that brings up another point too. Like I'm so glad. I tell people all the time. I go, that first seminar I did with Dave, I swear there was like 40 people there. And you said, hey, I'm training the next day. Everybody's welcome to. And there was like 5 of us. And I'm like, like, you have a chance. Why would you pay for this and not do that? And one of the biggest things I saw that day, you benched so fucking fast. Like, I was just like, what the fuck was that? Yeah. Like 3 reps, like, holy shit. But I think that was really a key thing, because when I went back, I'm like, dude, I know what speed is. And it's way faster than I thought it was. So like, I got to be as fast as Dave. I got to get that fast.
Well, that can be tricky.
And now with the velocity meter, it's a little easier.
So that can be tricky though too, because I had a sporting background and I was always so there's a big genetic component to that, you know, with that. So George was faster than I was. I mean, but you know, it's like Jerry O, George, myself, they fall in this range where, you know, Chuck was a perfect balance because he was fast and strong. Right. But there's like a continuum on that thing. And, but it was fun because I could go out to places like that and people be like, what the fuck was that? Like, a good thing we didn't put more weight on, right? You put 200 more pounds on, then you'd be saying, what the fuck is that? You know, things change radically, you know, radically different from that standpoint. But that's kind of why conjugate worked for me, I think, going from what I was doing beforehand, because what I was doing beforehand, I did have some depth jumps in a boxing ring. I did do explosive plyo type work, but not specific to the movements that I was doing. It'd be like heavy med ball or heavy fucking punching bags, a hanging bag, you know, heavy bag pushes, you know, for a bench, and then, you know, reactive jumps for the squat, but never thought maybe I should just do these lifts with more compensatory acceleration.
Well, that was an interesting one too, because coming into that, you know, I had my throwing background, which we trained always was explosive. Yes. And then, you know, I had worked in physical therapy for a while by that point. And that was again where my confidence sucked, because I'm training linear periodization, and I'm like, man, I feel like I'm getting slower, and it doesn't seem like a good thing to me. But I kept looking around me, and everybody was training that way. And then when I tried to read Louis' stuff, he just confused the hell out of me. And so the whole time I'm like, God, I feel like I need to be faster. Like, I feel like I need to be working on speed, but I don't see anyone doing it. And then I went to that seminar and you explained it, and I go, okay.
When you were doing that
makes sense.
When you're doing the linear stuff, were your 5s always better than like your 3s and your singles?
I was really good at 5s.
Yeah.
Really good.
You know why I think that is, looking back? Because I was the same way. Like, sometimes I'd end up doing 5s just more than I did in the meet. right? That's right in
well,
that
yeah,
range.
like my 5 sets of 5, I remember at the time, because when I was an Olympic squatter, so I was doing 545 for 5 sets of 5. I mean, ass like as low as I could go, sitting on the bottom. And then when I came to you and I came back to the gym, I literally had to box squat with an empty bar because I was so quad dominant and my posterior chain was so fucking weak.
Mhm.
And I'm like, I can't. If I put 135 on it, my technique goes to shit.
Yeah.
Like, and then everybody, like the power rack I squatted in, everybody came into the gym. And I, like, after about 20 minutes, I just started flipping people off. And I'm like, just keep fucking walking. Just keep fucking walking. You'll see. Just keep walking.
Yeah.
I got tired of everybody going, you hurt? What's wrong?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and then, but at the time, my max was like 6. I'm like, I'm doing 5 sets of 5 and I'm getting like 45, 50 pounds out of my max.
Well, it's right in that range where your force works for you because you build that acceleration. You know, so it's after I started noticing that, that's why I started putting plyos in.
That would make sense. That makes sense. Yeah.
During the when I would go through the 3s and the singles for my power and peak phases or whatever those were, I'd put the plyos in to try to maintain that speed, and it kind of helped a little bit. What I really needed was longer phases of 3s and singles, you know, more strength work.
Yeah.
Looking back through there. But it's interesting when you go back through, the clues are always there, but you're not smart enough to know.
Yeah, I didn't even recognize that.
Yeah, the ignorance.
Honestly, I forgot about it until you just said it. I forgot about that because I was like, why shouldn't I be able to squat like 650? If I can do this for 5 sets of 5, like what the fuck?
I spent so much time obsessing over all this fucking shit because I want to figure out like, why did this work? Why did this work? What didn't work? And so forth. Because,
but I think that's kind of a natural coach.
What is, but
I mean, it ain't going to help me to review my past, but it's going to help me be a better coach.
It will
help my clients.
It will. But the crazy thing is, you're also you go through different phases, aging wise too. You know, so your body changes as you get older as well.
Yes.
You know, so like, okay, fuck. You know, what would it have mattered? Because I could have done anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't fucking matter there. Would it matter here? So it's, you know, you can think.
That's the wonderful thing about strength training to me, though. I'll never know it all.
Oh, no, fuck no.
Like everything I did to get from a 400-pound bench to a 600-pound bench was different than 6 to 8. At 22 was different at 42. 42 is different at 51.
Yeah.
Like it's always, and it's like when I got to sit down and talk with guys like at meets and stuff like that, and I'm like, dude, I'm filling my toolbox. Even if this doesn't work now, this is an idea I have in my toolbox where if I get stuck later, I got something else to try. Because like, even if it didn't work for me now, it's like, well, it could work for me later.
It becomes a different skill set when you're working with clients and stuff like that as well, because most of them aren't going to be long-term.
Right.
Right. So it's like, oh shit, now what? Right. Because I'd love to be able to look and say, okay, here's this quadrennial I'd like to be able to run somebody through. Here's where you are now. Here's where it's going to be. Yeah. And it's kind of like a working back approach, which is linear in a way, but I think not everybody, but I think most people do that are powerlifters. They're working back from wherever they want to be. My two-share moves forward. It's different, you know, it's like forward out, and which is very fucking interesting to me, because if you're going to work with people and train them, then that seems to be more effective, because you don't know if they're going to last a fucking month, you know, 2 months, or how long they're going to last.
Which is true.
You know, that changes it. You know, because now optimal doesn't become optimal because optimal doesn't exist, because you can't control other people. You can only control yourself, you know, so.
Well, and then like with my older clients, it's like, they're not going to compete. Like I'm thinking quality of life. Like I have a guy, you know, it's like, hey, I got a guy who's about to retire. I know he worked his ass off. I want to help him live the best life he can with his retirement. So like my goals are completely different. It's not, I want him to get stronger all the time, but I'm looking at quality of life. Like I'm looking more at, are his joints getting better? Is he improving his posture? You know, like one of my old ladies, she comes in the other day and she's like, Chad, I had this big pot that's in the bottom of my cabinet. And she goes, I squatted down just like you said. And normally I struggle, and I grabbed it and I stood up with proper squat technique and put it on the counter. And she was all happy about it. And I go, that's exactly what we want from you. Like for you, that's the good goal. That's a good metric that things are going where we want them to go.
With your podcast, you've had a lot of guests on, and from different fields, to strength fields, but different strength fields as well. What are some of the takeaways that you've had, just say over the past, that come to mind from the guests that you've had on, that just moments you're like, oh, wow, didn't think of that, or something that kind of came out of nowhere, or something that reminded you of something you forgot about that would make a difference?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, I would say one of the biggest ones that came up was when I was interviewing Leah. And I'm like, man, I know in society, men and women they're supposed to be the same. I think that's complete and utter bullshit. Men and women are totally different. I think women might be the progression of the sport. Like, I think women are more open, less ego. And I think we need to get that through the whole field. I mean, that's not really something that changed me. I know, because I'm always thinking of this shit. I wake up every day and this shit pops in my head. I don't know how the hell I do so many Instagram videos about these random thoughts.
What are commonalities that you've seen?
Overtraining. There's this thought in these sports. Like I say, I want to beat meathead mentality out of powerlifting. I want powerlifters to start looking at themselves like athletes. I don't know if that's something that'll ever happen, but like, there's a lot of people that will beat themselves up and they don't want to recognize it. They don't want to admit it. Like asking people like, why don't you try backing off, is so hard. But I am seeing differences. I am seeing changes in that. Like, I'm seeing more guys talking about stuff like I talked to JM, because I want to have I had JM on before, and then I listened to one you guys did, and I go, I got to get JM back on here to talk about more of this shit. Because I kind of feel like he's way more like analytical, I think, than I am. Like, I like abstract ideas, probably because my memory sucks because of my sleep or whatever. But like, if I can't remember the details, but I can remember the abstract. So I like abstract ideas. And he's more analytical and can go deeper into it, which I like. But I think there's more guys coming in there going like this. It isn't about beating yourself up in the gym. It's not necessarily about how hard you can. Like, going to the gym and stimulating growth is easy. To me, that's easy. It's not that complicated. If it was that complicated, why is there all these different programs out there? Why are all the best in the world training different? But then, like you said, then it comes back to they auto-regulate themselves. Like, it's what happens outside the gym is more important. And I'm seeing, it seems like it's leaning that way. Like, it seems like there's more coming out. And I haven't got a chance yet. I want to interview some of these young raw lifters that they're putting up crazy numbers. And I'm like, well, where's that? What are they doing different? I'm wondering if they're not listening to their bodies better and auto-regulating better.
But they are.
Plus, gear, I think training in gear is way more complex, and especially when it comes to the central nervous system and the stress on the rest of your body.
Oh, it has to be.
You're putting on these weights that are way bigger and way more stress.
Yeah.
And just your workout, like how much recovery does it take just to recover from getting your damn gear on?
Oh yeah. It's different. It's a different sport.
And so what's interesting to me, and I think about this too. Okay, so I think, we went from basically raw, we added some gear in, then we went to heavy gear, then we went to raw, and now these raw guys are doing crazy numbers.
Yeah.
Like, I remember my first 1,000-pound squat. Now guys are doing it raw. Like, that's insane.
I know. I
think gear eventually is going to swing back in. And what knowledge will the raw guys take into the geared lifting now? Like, are we going to see even crazier geared numbers?
Possibly. I think we're definitely going to see crazier raw numbers for sure. Because I mean, it was rare to be able to have, kids have weight training experience before they got into powerlifting. It's like you lifted a little bit for football, then afterwards, whatever, then you start. a lot of these guys that you see now, they've been squatting, benching, and deadlifting since junior high. I mean, they're growing up around it. You know, so there's one big factor there. Every time they go on their own social media, people will bitch about it. There's pros and cons to everything, but they're seeing things being done that they aspire to see. You know, we had to wait for a magazine to come out to maybe see a picture. Like, they're actually seeing it being done. Just think that through for a minute. You'd have to go to a meet and compete against these guys and be like, motherfucker, they all just squatted 1050 and it was easy. They're seeing it daily.
Yeah.
You only saw it once a year, twice a year, right? So this is
just from a mental standard, just seeing it happening over and over and over.
It's just starting. That's how I see it. Like, this is just starting. Where this is going to go is going to be way.
So are you speaking from the mental aspect of it, or from like
all of it, man? It's all combined.
Because I mean, it was like, you know, I always thought it was, I talked to Brent Mikesell one time and he's like, yeah, no one will remember me, you know, once I get out of the sport, which is true because nobody remembers powerlifters. But I go, Brent, like, you broke the record at 1,040, went like 1,060, 1,070, 1,000 whatever, and then Goggins somehow beat him to 11 because Goggins' back is fucking insane. And then he went up and he hit like 1170, and then I did 1173. I'm like, you were the leader almost this whole way. Like, that's crazy when you think about it, because like when somebody breaks 1,000, all of a sudden other people are like, oh, well, I can do it. Like, it's that first guy. It takes balls to go, I can do that. I don't give a shit if no one's done it. And then to keep upping it.
Sure. And there still always will be that first guy.
Yeah, there's always going to be that first guy.
You know,
but it seems like the more you see it and the more you see, like, it got to where 1,000 was like, okay, it's a good lift, but it's not like, where at one point it was like, oh my God, 1,000, like you do 1,000-pound squat. So I think that mentally, the more you see it, the more you accept that you can do it.
I mean, things always.
But there's still that first guy who didn't see it and he still knew he could do it.
And there's always will be that.
Yes.
There still always will be that for certain. And things change, right? So a lot of the people that we knew from Powerlifting USA, right? That's gone. Like, anything associated with that is gone. You know, you can't find that. You know, so the people come into the sport now, they don't know the history of the sport because the history of the sport's not even online. It's gone, right? Let's just, you know, do a thinking game like we were talking about earlier. Let's just think for a minute. What if like Instagram just got wiped, gone, right? Gone, right? Now, a lot of the sport just got wiped, right? Because that's what people see. So we would be naive to think that 20 years from now, Instagram was still going to be around. We were naive to think that Powerlifting USA was going to be able to last forever. So you still, what I'm trying to say here is you still always need those front runners, those leaders, those guys to push through with that, because they ultimately drive all of it. They lead the pack. You know, everything else just makes it like,
that's a different, I think that's a different personality.
Oh, of course it is, because they're doing the unknown. You know, and that's a different mindset. But
even like you, it's like we got to see a big squat a couple times a year. Where now people are seeing it daily. On the internet.
So the perception changes.
It completely changes.
So you know, at 12 years old, I'm thrown in a gym where the normal people are benching 365, 400. I didn't know 225 was a big fucking bench for high school. I didn't know any of this shit, right? So because of that, I ended up benching 500 before I graduate high school. You know, I realized, you know, after a few years, I'm fucking stronger than everybody else in the school, but I'm not going to train with them. I'm going to keep training with these guys. My reality was skewed. And I didn't know it.
In a positive way.
And well, yeah, in a positive way, you know, and so that's a takeaway there too. If people can skew their own reality, you know, in a positive way, it'd work for them as well. God, we've been all over the place.
We have truly been all over the place.
Was there anything you want to talk about I didn't bring up?
No, I mean, I can keep talking about all this shit. I love it. It amazes me after all this time being in this sport and doing so many different aspects of it. I still love it. I'm experimenting. Even right now, I'm experimenting with myself. I went back and I go, can I do HIIT and strength training? Can I combine those? And what would happen if I do this? And then I want to really see how far out can I go? So right now, for the last 8 weeks, I had a an area where I was traveling a lot, and my depression started coming up, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to back off training for a little bit. So I didn't train for like, I don't know, 4 weeks or 5 weeks. So I came back and I go, all right, I'm going to train once every 7 to 10 days. I'm going to see what happens. Like, is that, everybody freaks out and says they'll be overtrained. I go, let's see. So everything keeps going up. Every week I get stronger. And I mean, I know it's hard to tell because look at my background. I had like 4 weeks off, but I'm still get stronger every week. So like, it's fun to me to experiment with my stuff. And then even with my clients, like I talk to my clients, I'm always talking about this stuff. And so my clients are like, let's do it. I want to try that. I'm like, all right, cool. And so I get to experiment with my clients with these new ideas I come up with and just to see if it works. Like, and that's fun. It's fun to me. And they seem to have fun.
To lead you down a path, to answer your question with the HIIT and strength training, look up everything you can find from Dr. Ken Leisner. Okay. He's one of the, I don't want to say front runners, but you got Arthur Jones, you have all this other stuff, but at the same time.
Yeah, I got like a lot of the old stuff.
I mean, so if you go way back, it kind of comes from there, but then there's a lot of variations from that. Ken was using it on the powerlifting side and did have people at national meets. You go back through, and if you have or can have access to all the old powerlifting USAs, you can find, you know, like he would write something in his article, then Louis would write something in his, and they were kind of going back and forth. It was kind of like article debating, you know, over a period of years. And he was, oh God, there's the Ken Leisner letters as a book. There's different things that are out there. It's a little bit of what you think, but it's a lot of not what you think. So it's just very economical as far as the training goes. And God, Wendler used to talk to him all the time.
And I think that's a lot of it is like, okay, I used to think about some of the exercises I did, and I'm like, well, I thought they all had a plan. I mean, they did. I didn't do anything just to do it. Like I had a reason, but were my reasons good? Like, did I really need to do that much?
Yeah.
Like, where's it all fall? But another interesting side to this, and I was talking to one of my clients because he's one of my clients is a trainer too. I train him for powerlifting. Most of his clients are like business people and stuff. And so he's fun to bounce ideas off to and talk to because he's been doing this forever too. And I started going down, like rereading some of Menser's stuff. And I'm like, all right, I've read this book when I was in high school. Rereading it, completely and utterly different takeaway. Mm-hmm. When I read it in high school, I went, ooh, high intensity training. I love high intensity training. It's like I read that book and ignored everything he said about recovery. And going back and reading it now, it's like, I'm like, yeah, intense training, whatever. What's this about recovery and all this? And it was funny because I was talking to my client too, and he's like, yeah, I was the same way. When I was young, like I wanted to know. And my biggest problem with him is backing him off. He wants to go every day, all the time. And the more I back him, he finally is to the point now where he's like, Chad, you tell me to do it and I'll do it. I'm done. He goes, I'm all in. You tell me to do it and I'll do it. Every time I back him off, because he's in really good shape, he gets bigger, leaner, and stronger. Every time.
You got to watch how that progresses though. Because if you say every time.
You do over time, yeah.
I mean, you say every time
there's going to be a point
if they do nothing
where it's not going to do any good. Like it's too. There is a. I mean, you can't undertrain. Would that be called undertraining?
Well, I wouldn't say that. I would say you can get to a certain point in time to where you don't have enough stimulus.
Yes.
To provide something to recover from, but along
but it's
those
like how do
you?
That's why I'm like I'm going to try training every 7 to 10 days and see what happens.
Yeah, well,
and if I do it long enough and I'm not making progress, then I know, okay, that's too much.
So my concern would be if you have sleep issues, so that you're an outlier there.
Yeah, whatever I find out is going to be different.
Yeah, that's different. But if I had somebody else saying, look, I can only train heavy once every 7 to 10 days, I would immediately go to, man, your ability to process nutrients and recover sucks. How do you eat? And what is your cardiovascular fitness like? You know, because a lot of these fuckers, they don't keep their cardiovascular fitness up so they can't recover.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, okay, you're just fucking out of shape. This is the problem.
Super heavyweights in my day, we categorize them.
Yeah. I mean, that's a thing, right? So
totally. It's a total.
That becomes a problem. But then they all figure it out at some point. It's like, oh shit, if I just walk on a treadmill for 10 minutes, I feel so much better. Like, really? You think?
Duh.
You know, like no shit.
There was one guy
you know?
that literally couldn't make it through the airport without stopping.
Well, it was me at one point. I mean, I think we've all been there at one point. But then you start
I
wondering.
was actually never that bad somehow.
Oh, fuck, I was. And I thought it was awesome. Like, this means I'm ready. You know, looking back, like, you're a fucking idiot. You're like, what the fuck? Like, how fucking dumb were you? Like, why was this a good thing? Your head was a fucking balloon. You know, it's like, this was not a good fucking thing. And yeah, meanwhile, you know, you guys, Louis, GPP. Then once I started doing that kind of shit, I'm like, okay, fuck. Now I can live in this zone at least. I'm not dying all the fucking time. And but then it become like, fuck, now how do I get my weight up? You know, now there's another battle.
There's always some give and take.
That's what's awesome about it, though.
And trying to find that and optimize that.
Yeah, that's what I love about it. That's what I loved about it. That's what I miss about it. You know, because that's the game, man. It's like trying to figure this shit out.
Yeah.
That's the awesome part. You know, when that doesn't, I guess it's still kind of part of the process, but it's not the same.
No, I don't think it's never the same as when you're doing it for yourself. But I mean, I have that because I have with my clients, and I'm always thinking, so I'm always like, is this optimal? Do we need to do this? How can we make this better? What can we do next? You know, so I still play that game. I just play it with them now. Yeah.
Because
for me, honestly, even if everything worked out fine with me, I'll probably never compete again.
Yeah. Well, when you're younger, you got bigger guide rails.
Yes.
Right. I mean, when you get older, you can kill yourself doing some of the things I was doing. You know, just drug wise, health wise, all this other kind of stuff. The guide rails get really fucking narrow.
It's really like your technique.
Yeah, exactly.
When you're young and your technique sucks, you have this huge window. The better and better you get, that window's like, dude, if I'm out 1/8 of an inch, I'll miss.
Yeah, it's like, fuck, I'd love to blast shit, get fucking like 290 again, all this, and then boom, my heart fucking explodes. You know, it's just not, I can't fucking do it. You know, it's like, that's the part. It's like, this is fuck. You know, so you got to play within the guide rails. And
it's like, okay, so I need the heavy training, but I need the cardio because I need to keep you in shape.
Not die.
So you don't die, and so you recover better. And then like it's just, you remember that game when you were little that had all the little numbers in it, but one was missing and you had to keep moving them around. It's like that. Yeah.
It's like you want to have the least amount of EKGs done between this heavy squat and this one, right? The goal is to have like no EKGs done, right? To be able to get from point A to point B. That's when you're in your fucking 50s and shit. Like that's the goal. Like that, right? Now when you're 20, they ain't fucking no EKGs. You just go. Right.
And even I think I'm looking back, like talking to the doctor about the HRV and we're looking at my nutrition and stuff. I look back and go, I should have paid more attention to my nutrition. I basically went, am I getting 400 grams of protein? Cool. Then just eat whatever the hell else you can get in to get your calories. And I look back and go, well, that probably wasn't optimal for my recovery. I mean, that was more or less, I'm going to try to be over everything. But I didn't eat vegetables.
I don't know.
I didn't eat fruit.
That's another one of those questions that I'm trying to seek the professional answer to. Because if you need to be in a calorie surplus, the odds are you're covering everything anyhow.
That's kind of what I always figured.
And if you're young, it's not.
But then again, if you're eating a bunch of processed shit and that slows down your digestion, that's slowing down your recovery.
Possibly, but the steroids are picking it back up.
That's true too.
You know, so
I mean, it's kind of one of them arguments of like, and I do this with some of the guys that are competing now that had stopped. And I'm like, dude, you were overtraining. Why don't you try this time? Well, it worked before. And I'm like, oh, well, it did work before. Yeah. I mean, I can't argue you were one of the best ever. So it did work. But isn't there still more? Like, I don't think I did anywhere near the numbers I could have done. And that's fine. My day's over. I don't really give a shit. I'm proud of what I did.
Yeah.
But I'm still looking at it in terms of, well, the people I help, the more I can learn, the better I can help them.
Can't you see though, if you say they're overtraining all the time, can't you see reducing their volume is also a Band-Aid? Because the problem for the overtraining most likely is probably not the training that they're doing.
Could be.
You know, there's
that's where it's like, I mean, you'd really have to sit down with them and go, well, I mean, say a guy has a business, he's got a couple kids. That takes away from your recovery. But there ain't nothing you can do about it. you gotta take care of your kids. You gotta
Yeah.
make your money. So then what's the next thing you adjust? I would adjust the volume in the training or the intensity in the training. Like, and then go, hey, are you getting your nutrition? Are you getting as much sleep as you can? Are you, I mean, which kind of goes to me, the article I wrote, are you overtrained? Are you overtrained or under recovered? Like a lot of people go, I'm overtrained. And I go, well, are you eating enough? Are you sleeping enough? Then you're not overtrained. You're under recovered.
Yeah.
Like you're not
there.
pushing your recovery like you should.
Yeah. I think it falls there a lot.
And that's a lot of cases with a lot of people. I mean, people misjudge nutrition so horribly bad. It's unbelievable. I can't get bigger. I'm eating 400 grams of I go, do you know what it takes to eat 400 grams of protein a day? It's a fucking lot, dude. You're not getting probably 200. So don't tell me you can't get bigger. Like, suck it the fuck up.
Yeah. Yeah. If they're bombarding their mind with shit that's fucking that up though too.
I mean, it's a rabbit hole. We could go down like all
so again, I mean, it's just this giant circle that kind of goes
Mm-hmm.
back into what is the objective? How is it defined? And how are you willing to get there? Because I mean, if people have become so sensitive to the point that an anonymous comment on a post that they make from a troll that's got no followers or anything like that, but hurts them for an hour and a half, then, you know, maybe there's some mental work that they should focus on.
Yes.
You know, to be able to become a little more calloused, you know, because that impacts recovery too.
But I find that's one of the hardest things to get people to look at.
Of course.
Anything that goes in and can touch on their sensitivity. And even like, I mean, honestly, if you go back and look at a lot of the top powerlifters, there's horror stories in their past. I mean, like abusive fathers, getting picked on. They were fat kids. Like, powerlifters are such a group of I don't even know how to say it. Like, just they have horror stories.
People do.
And
all people do.
Nowadays, I think everyone does.
Yeah.
Like, people really do not want to take the time. And it's like, that's almost the first place you got to start.
Well, let me put it this way. It's when I say all people do, maybe some people do, maybe some people don't, but how they interpret it, all people do. Right? Because, you know, I like to use this analogy. Your ability to work hard is only as strong as your hardest work you've ever done.
Yes.
Right. So your, what do I want to say? Your adversity, your worst adversity is only as bad as your worst adversity.
Yeah.
Right. Now, if that's over amplified all the time, right. And then it's just like progressive overload. You know, how do you work on creating, you know, more, being able to deal with more adversity? I think in the weight room, we learn a lot of that, right? Because resistance training, you know, all this is kind of part of that. You know, I'll tell you this, if a fucking cold plunge can be overcoming adversity, well, so can lifting weights, right? You know, so let's
and that's it. I mean, did we all start? Like, I remember doing what I imagined HIIT training was when I first started lifting as a kid. And I mean, you got to kind of build up to be able to push to that level. And then even looking back at what I thought was a heavy level was nothing compared to the levels I pushed through when I was in powerlifting. And that's the same thing. And like, I love your, the training you do now, the train your ass off ones. Cause that's that whole other side that I usually don't talk about. Those people don't know how, they don't have intensity. They don't know how to get intensity.
Yeah.
And you can come in here and you're pushing a lot of them farther than they've ever been pushed.
But the takeaway with that is, after that, when I sit down and talk to them, I tell them, you never need to train like that.
Yeah.
That's an effort 10. But you need to work at a 6 or 7 or wherever it is for them. All I'm doing is anchoring what a 10 is.
Yes.
From effort. You know, earlier, if I have a max out, anchoring.
I would tend to say you could go to a 9, maybe a 10, but you're going to need a lot more days to recover.
It depends what you say a 10 is. You know what I'm saying? You say a 10, they're fucked up for a week.
That's what I'm saying.
You know,
they might only be able to train once a week.
Yeah, and I don't know how effective.
And in the end, how effective is that?
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. For a strength athlete, not right, because they need other sessions for technique and stuff.
It would be really hard to get your technique good.
Yeah,
if that's all you were doing.
But it's the problem with
and probably hard to train your central nervous system too.
One of the biggest problems I found throughout this whole training narrative and dialogue is anchoring things. You know, so if we want to talk about effort, well, what does that mean? Right. So Now, if I'm helping somebody that's, you know, paying me to help them, I'm going to anchor that fucking thing. Here's a 10. This is what this means. So when I talk about here's 6, 7, all that, now RPE takes meaning because we anchored it. Intensity, percentage of 1 rep max, all that. That's also pretty bogus too, because, you know, you got to assume what's the technique, right? And now if the techniques is on point, then do you ever have 100%? You go to meet, you smoke it. What was that? Is that your 1 RM? It's not, it's the most you've ever done, but it's still off. So what is this? So what is this? How do you anchor that? Like, what is that? You know, and that's anchoring, like the ability to strain. Like this is straining at a 10. This is effort at a 10. Then you anchor those things and then agree on definitions. Volume is sets times reps. Workload is sets times reps times weight. 2 different things, entirely different things. If you're going to talk volume, but we're going to do 100 broomstick squats, well, fuck, you know, that with the rest of the warm up, you had a volume of 400.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's like, fuck, dude, that's fucking insane, right?
Yeah.
It's not anchored, you know? So when you anchor things, then you're able to help the clients better. You're able to help them better.
But that anchor still is based on, even if you have a person that you teach what a 10 is, he or she has to be honest with themselves.
Sure.
And I mean, how many times do you get on Instagram and they're like, I was doing speed work. I'm like, speed work?
Well, the whole,
dude, that's not even close to speed work.
I mean, there's a whole industry made on the disruption of these anchors. Like, just go on any social, RPE is bullshit. RIR is bullshit. You know, there's somebody saying it's bullshit, somebody else saying it's the perfect thing. Well, how about we anchor it, guys?
Yeah.
You know, anchor
or at least try to.
Yeah,
at least try to go, here's what we're looking for.
Yeah, if you take this side and you take this side, but then it's anchored, both agree with what they're saying. You're saying the same fucking thing.
But there's still faults even in that.
Of course, because it comes to an individual level, because whoever the person is that's doing it has to agree on what that means.
Right.
You know, so if we use reps and reserve as an example, you know, I kind of know what that is for me, but what mental state am I allowed to be in? If I'm going to get psyched up, that can change.
Which goes back to adding in the intensity of the mental state.
So that goes back, say, the train your ass off. I have them do leg presses or something like that. It's like, look, just do a set of 10 and 10, and maybe they might be able to get 11 or 12, but then I get on their fucking ass. Right. And now all of a sudden, where'd the other 12 reps come from? Okay. Question now. Are the 12 reps absolutely, are they necessary? Because that there just took your training and your nervous system and all this other stuff outside of the muscular system to another level.
Yes.
So when I'm going to talk, you know, reps and reserve or RPE, we're not talking this, right? That's plus 10.
Yeah.
That's different. That's what you don't need to do, right? And if you do need to do that, where are you going to pull? That's that max effort. That's that lift you do in the gym where you're a fucking maniac headbutting the bar and shit like that. That's the same state, right? Now you got to recover from other shit outside. Shit we probably don't even know you need to recover from.
Yeah.
You just suck fucking hell into your system. The devil is in you and you got to vomit it back out when it's over. I mean, the demons just fucking shot through all your veins. You can't tell me that doesn't have an impact on your system.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
it's like when you do a meet, you really only did 9 lifts. You cut all your warm-ups. Yeah, maybe. I don't think I ever did 9 lifts.
Well, think about those.
And you cut your warm-ups, but look how you're shit for.
Yeah, well, say you miss some of those lifts. That's even harder on your system.
Yeah.
Because you're falling forward.
Plus failure.
Yeah, your squat became a max effort good morning. You know, so that's even worse. Yeah, you're fucked.
And that's not your muscles. It's everything else. I mean, you feel like you got hit by a truck. Your brain's fried. Your brain's foggy. Which is another one when I'm overtraining, my brain gets really foggy.
That's an interesting thing that I think about. This is just, I don't know why I just thought about this, but when 1,000-pound squats were rare and a lot of you guys were hitting them, you were fucked up. I mean, fucked up.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to name one, but I know one that was like using a wheelchair to get through the airport after the meet, right? And just
like he would pass
right?
out almost immediately.
But these guys now squatting to grand, they're not fucked up like that.
No.
I mean, Dan Bell's drinking beer and shit.
Yeah,
and then,
so that
how much of that was mental?
That's actually a good point too. Who's to say we don't make it work? We don't create it and make it worse. The mind is a crazy strong fucking thing.
Yeah, ain't that fucked up to think about?
My first thought was, well, are they coming into the meet healthier? So it's not impact, you know, like if you're way over the edge already and doing that, you're gone. If you're healthy and you do it.
There's a big mental component, man. Because when you're like, look, I'm now just one of 4 people to ever do this.
I actually didn't even think of that, but I'm all about the brain can do some crazy shit. Why couldn't it do something? Why, yeah, like what you think, oh my God, I just did this. And if it's that big in your head, are you creating that in your body?
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, it was like I was watching a thing about placebos the other day, and like they've actually given people placebos and their cancer goes away.
Yeah, give me all the placebos. I'll take them all.
You're like, how could the brain, I mean, do we really have that power inside of us? I mean, I think maybe we do. We just don't know how to control it, which would go to the point that, yeah, we thought it was, this is going to kill me. This is going to kill me, man. But I'm going to do it anyway. And then afterwards, yeah, you've already convinced yourself that you're going to be shit afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
That's an interesting thought.
I don't know. It's crazy.
And I think that would be, I look at life as a like a grayscale, and I really think there's people that kind of live in the middle, like maybe never really happy, maybe never really sad, and then there's people like me, blast or dust, like your old shirt. That was my favorite shirt. And most of if you have the power to like get this crazy shit out of your brain, if you have the power to push these limits that no one does, you probably have the power to push yourself the other way too.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
That's a whole new concept. I'm going to have to think about that one now. That's interesting.
Yeah. So it makes you wonder if the middle goes away, you know, so say you got 10%, 10%, 80%. What if for those people, it's, you know, 40%, 40%, 20%. So the middle doesn't really exist that much. It's either here or here. Right. Mm-hmm. So the trick is, you know, how do you make that 20%, 80%? You know, the first step obviously would be recognizing it.
Yeah.
You know, but again, you're trying to go, this is what I found with all this shit. Anytime you try to make something linear like that, it's the wrong move. Right. Yeah. It's like the balance thing. It just becomes this wrong thing because it doesn't work like that.
It's never going to work like that.
You know, it just doesn't do it. You know, it's just, I don't know what the answer is, but the answer is not avoiding shit, you know, obviously, you know, finding all the things that we kind of went over.
Yeah.
How long have we been going? Oh, when you asleep? Okay. 3:36. Anything else that you got?
Do you have trouble? And I have trouble on my podcast, like trying to set a time.
I don't.
Because I get to talking to people and I'm just like, I'm just going to keep rolling.
I don't. That's my problem.
And then I'll have 2 and 3 hour podcasts.
Yeah.
And I'm like, but it was a fun conversation.
No, as long as the conversation's rolling, I just go. I mean, sometimes I hit 4, you know, stuff like that. It's just.
So I'm like, every time I try to set a time to it, I'm just like, fuck it. I don't know if you know, I do a session called the quotes.
Yeah.
Which is another one of my thought experiment things. Because I think that when you go through social media, there's all this crap. Some of it's good crap, but I think people just go, oh yeah, that's a cool quote, whatever. And I'm like, no, if I see a good quote, like it's in my head for a day or 2. And that's where I thought, you know what, I'm going to do a quote thing on my podcast where it's just going to be me talking and this is what I think about this quote.
Yeah.
And like, hopefully people will read it and maybe message me. But I'm just trying to get people to go, don't just look at it and go, that's cool. Spend some time and think about it. Like, do you ever think back? Like, I think a lot of times when I was down in Pahrump visiting my parents and then I just flew out of Vegas. So we're driving into Vegas. My parents dropped me off. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like all the new houses are huge. There's shit on every corner. It's like 10 o'clock at night. The coffee shops are still full. I'm like, we are a society of gluttony, man. And I go, what if everybody went back to like, you know, in the old days, 1800s or whatever, you'd sit on the porch and watch the sunset because you didn't have a radio. You didn't have a TV. And you would maybe talk to somebody, maybe just sit there. But you had, and I know life was harder, so they worked harder, but it seems like they had time to just think. And even work can be that.
Mm-hmm.
Like I had to rebuild my fence and like I don't want to dig post holes. I hate it, but I had to. So I'm like, well, cool. This is an opportunity for me. First of all, to test the skills that I haven't done in a while. And I haven't dug dishes in a while. Let's see what it's like. But even that manual labor, if you don't play music or you think it's still like meditation. And I wonder if people did that more. And even with what we were talking about.
Why do people say the best thoughts come to them while they're in their shower?
That's probably one of the few places now. And that's true. I do have a lot of good thoughts in the shower.
Think about it.
People don't have radios in there. You can't take your phone in there.
Even if you had a radio on, you don't hear it.
It's finally a time to like just kind of let your brain go. And I saw one the other day where they were talking about meditation, and the guy goes, most people's brains, they don't let them stop anymore. And that's kind of like a reset for your brain to just stop thinking for a little bit. But we don't. We're hammered all the time. And maybe that's part of recovery. I mean, I think meditation and mental health could be helpful even for physical recovery.
We're not hammered all the time. We choose if we want to be hammered all the time.
That's very true.
Because there's a lot of
people. It is a
that
choice. I
aren't.
100% agree.
Right. So it's even with, I reframe a lot of shit. Right. So a society of gluttony, like, not to me. I don't have people around me that basically are society. I got more people around me that are not in gluttony than are. I'm in a bubble. So mine's different than somebody else's.
Right.
I'm going to believe what I see with my own eyes.
Right.
I'm not going to believe what somebody tells me with their eyes.
Yeah.
Or social media tells me, or the news tells me. I'm going to believe what I see. Right. Then I will decide based upon that. Now, if I need to open my eyes more, maybe that's true. Do I need to expose myself to different things? Of course, but these are things like when you go down those questions of like daily questions, I'll ask you, like, what do I control? What do I not control? Am I where I want to be? And if I'm not, why? What if I died? Just things like that, things just to kind of get my brain at a certain point to be able to.
You're training your brain just like you trained your body for years.
Yeah. And I've for a lot of this, I've always kind of done, right? Because the decisions have to be made. You have to be able to make decisions with a brain that's able to actually comprehend two sides of an issue.
Yeah.
Right. It's a business thing, right? It's, you can't, decisions, I have to make decisions that affect other people, so I can't just emotionally make those decisions.
Right.
I used to. Right. And there were consequences to doing things like that. You can't do that. And, but it's those things that if there's certain thoughts, it's like, do I control what here do I have control of? I'm frustrated. I'm, whatever, because this, and this. Well, first off, is this, and this true? Like, where did I see that at? Oh, okay. Why in the fuck am I looking at that?
Yeah.
How is that helping me? Wouldn't I be better like fucking, watching a video about Marcus Aurelius or some shit? Like, I have a choice here and I chose the bad choice. That's on me. I can make a better choice here, which this better choice is going to make me a better father, better business, and so forth. That's my choice. If I make this other choice, that's on me too. But now I failed because I made a bad choice that affects other people. Right. So it's these. That's not to say anybody's fucking perfect. I mean, I go down rabbit holes the same way other people will. Be like, what the fuck is this Bobby or whatever her name is? What the fuck, the podcast where, like, who the fuck is Bobby Altoff? And I find I'm watching 2 hours of a podcast that's literally fucking dumber and shit, but funnier than hell, right? So it's those, but that's and then I sit there and I'm like, okay, was that worth 2 fucking hours?
Yes.
Because that was 2 hours of my time. That could have been,
could have been something else.
Yeah, right.
And that's you're taking responsibility for your choice.
And for the one was, that was definitely worth that because,
entertainment factor.
It's an entertainment factor. So it plays into that where I think a lot of people they lose sight of things like this.
I think what you said, a couple good points. One was like, sometimes I look at the world and I'm looking in terms of the majority of society. So that's where, like, I look around at all this and I go, what do people in poor countries think of us?
Yeah, but you can't control that.
I can't control it, but it's interesting for me to think about.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to like educate myself with different thoughts and stuff. But what you said is like, I don't see that because I don't surround myself with that. And that's really, really, really important because who you surround yourself with is huge. even in training, like I chose the guys on my team. If some guy was like, Chad, you're so awesome, I want to train, I'm like, shut the fuck up and get out of here. And if somebody didn't mesh with the main core of the team, it's like, you're gone, man. Because I need these people around me, and I want these people around me, people that are going to tell me the truth. I don't need people that are going to kiss my ass. So I think you're totally right. And so many things are our choice that we don't want to recognize. I remember when I got divorced, I was not good with that because I never wanted to be divorced. And all my friends are like, oh, no, she's this and that. And I go, well, yeah, but you guys are all my friends. Like, I eventually went and saw a counselor because I needed an outside perspective. But I started doing a lot of research on communication and stuff after that. And one of the things that they always taught is, like, you're in charge of your emotions. And I think emotions can come from anywhere, but how we deal with them is our choice. And my biggest struggle was like, no, if somebody comes up and punches me, he made me angry and I'm going to punch him back. And it took me a long time to go, no, he just punched me. Me being angry was my choice. And what I want to do about it is my choice.
Yeah, but there's still a first response.
Yeah, you have the first response is it can come from nowhere.
That's where you have to reframe. My first response almost every morning I wake up is I fucking hate everybody. I'm not lying, right? So then it's like, whoa,
that's
dial this back
a couple times every day.
Like, what are my other what are the other questions?
Mm-hmm.
If somebody punches you in the face, I mean, your first response, I'm gonna rip your fucking head off.
Yeah.
And then there's,
but it's the same thing if I'm driving and somebody cuts me off.
Sure.
I can go into road rage. And there's times where and then I'm like, Chad, do you want to be pissed off right now?
Yeah.
And I go, no, I actually don't. Fuck you, whatever.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you just cut somebody off, and I know.
While I'm yelling at the other guy.
Yeah.
But I mean, it still boils down to my choice. The emotion happened, but it's my choice to react to it how I want. That kind of took me a while to learn to do that. And I'm not perfect at it by any means.
No, but it's when you can, because I could take this back to the beginning with the depression. You couldn't. It's your choice, right? I can sit here and say, look, this is your choice to feel that way. But it kind of is, and it kind of isn't.
I can go down to that too. Because I had a friend one time, and we were talking about, like, that time when I was, like, the closest I ever was right before I wrote that article. Mm-hmm. And I literally was running through my head, like, okay, my dad's tough. He'll get through it. My mom knows I deal with this. It'll be hard. She'll live. And I got to my niece, and I'm like, God, she's so small. I'm like, I can't let this impact her. I can't do this. And I always saw that, like, she was the one that helped me not get through it, or helped me get through it. And I was talking to one of my friends, and he's like, that's bullshit, Chad. You still made the choice. Mm-hmm. You still made that decision. Mm-hmm. So in the end, I did make the decision.
No, you did, because you made the decision to ask yourself, how will this impact other people?
Yeah, but even the decision to go, no, shit, I get off the pot. No, I'm not doing this. That was a decision that I made. So I still had some play in it. But yeah, that's a tricky one for me to answer. Like,
well, my point is, there's still going to be an initial first response.
Yes. Yeah, right? I totally agree. And like, emotions come. Like, there's times where somebody will say something, and I'm like, God, that hurt my feelings.
Then you go stop and say,
and then I'm like, well, fuck that. I don't want my feelings to be hurt, so screw it.
Well, you just, or you ask yourself, did it?
Yeah.
Or another thing I like to ask myself is, so they'll say something on the and. Like, so it doesn't say anything.
Or even if I go, hey, that hurt my feeling. Did you say this about me? And they're like, oh, no, you took it wrong. All I meant was this.
Yeah.
And like, I could have let my feelings get hurt and ran with it, and who knows what could have happened.
That happens a lot.
Where if I just went, hey, you know what? That hurt my feeling. Did you say this? It cleared the whole thing up like that.
But that happens a lot. But on the same time, that happens a lot to the people you're communicating with. Right? Oh, so they may do that to you, but then you got to understand that may be going through. That's why they're doing it.
Yes.
On their end. Right. And that's the different level. Like, this isn't actually what's really going on right now.
Right.
It's something else. Right. It may be my business, not my business, but either way,
there's always something else going on, and how other people take it too. Like,
everybody else has something going on.
In order to have good communication with somebody, you got to be as open as the other people.
Sure. And everybody has shit going on. Yeah. Everybody.
And that's why I try to with my clients and stuff, because we talk about it. I go, they should do a reality show in my gym. Just the shit we talk about is insane. It's all over the place. But I want that communication with my clients to where it's like, dude, if you come in and I don't care if you got in a fight with your husband, that's cool, whatever. Vent to me and then let's get you your training done.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but let me know. Don't come in and try to act like nothing happened. And then I'm wondering what the hell's going on with your training. Just come in and tell me. And then we'll work through it.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever. I mean, I've actually had times where I'm like, all right, I'm going to dedicate 15 minutes and we're going to work this out really quick and get you in a better state so I can at least get a decent training with you.
So getting back to your quote thing, what was the point you were making with that? That people should just think about the quote?
I wanted to, my thinking is if I do this and I try to keep them like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Like somebody could listen to this on the way to work and hopefully they go, oh, Chad thought this about that quote. I like that quote. And then I'm trying to spur people to just think. Like stop just reacting to everything and take some time to think about it. And hopefully that transfers into training and everything else. Stop just watching a video and going, that looks cool, I'm going to do that. Like watch the video and go, okay, that's interesting. I wonder why he's doing that exercise. Why would I do that exercise? Where would I put this in at? Like I literally, when I was at the gym, would literally I would go into the gym and say it's something Mark Bell did. I go, God damn it. I know I'm going to see somebody doing this. And I'd go in the gym and they're doing it. And I'd be like, all right, I'm going to be kind of a dick here. And I'd go over and go, hey, what are you doing there? And they're like, oh, I'm doing this exercise. And I go, what does it work? I don't know. I thought it looked cool and saw Mark doing it. I'm just throwing Mark's name out there. But, and I'm like, well, how are you fitting it into your training or anything? I don't know. I just thought I'd do it tonight because I saw it today. And I'm like, do you not, like, there's nothing going on upstairs? Like, you just come and randomly do shit? Like,
well, that happens a lot now with people trying to emulate other people's technique that they see online. So they'll take a top lifter's technique where I think it was Ricky Crane that said there's form, style, and technique. You know, they're different things. You know, so you get to the very top, you know, then it may not be the most perfect technique. It's just their form or their style of the techniques can be a little different. Based upon their anatomy and so forth. And it's a lot of fucking weight that the body's really not supposed to be lifting. So that contours what they're doing. And they want to emulate that, you know, so they say, hey, I saw so-and-so pulling like this, you know, should I do that? And it should be, no, you should find 10 other people that are deadlifting, sumo or whatever it is. And then tell me the things that they all do in common. Find that, right? Because the things make people look different with high-end weight. And when the weights humans aren't, so Andrew spoke about that a little bit. I mean, these are weights humans aren't supposed to be lifting. Yeah,
I don't care how you look at it. A human being is not made to do something.
Yeah. So there's going to be some things that look a little bit different with that, you know, then their structure and so forth changes.
Well, I tell people, like my clients, I'm like, listen, don't just look at the person. Like when we're working on your technique, there's certain things I might be looking for. Well, if you look at me and you look at somebody with a much longer torso or much longer thighs, we might be doing the exact same things, but it's going to look different. So yeah, don't just look at someone's technique and go, that's what I want to do. Like try to understand why that technique's there. And I mean, there's so many different variables. There's some people that are quad dominant and they want to keep using their quads. Well, their squat's going to look different than somebody who actually wants to use their posterior chain. You know, and then some people are like, hey, I want to kind of balance in the middle. So, you know, if somebody wants to, like the knee position, people talk a lot about knee position. And it's like, well, which way do you want to squat? I mean, if you want to go really wide and use your posterior chain, yeah, try to get your shin straight up and down, depending on how your body's built. You know, if you want to incorporate them both, you're probably going to be a little more forward. I'm not a big fan of ever having your knees over your toes, but I mean, there's some guys that they're going to wear heeled shoes and they're going to lift like, they're going to squat like an Olympic lifter. And I'm not going to tell them they're totally wrong. I mean, that's cool. I used to squat like that. I would have never squatted what I squatted if I hadn't changed. But I mean, you know, if that's their goal. And I tell people that too. Like, it's like, if you want to, Tom Platz just popped. I saw a video. I found this old video about Tom Platz too. Because, you know, Tom Platz, like everybody talked about his intensity and everything. I saw a video of him where he's like, yeah, I only squatted twice a month. He's like, I couldn't do any more than that. He goes, those things killed me. But the image is that he's this crazy lifter and he did all this crazy intense stuff, but he balanced out the intensity with less time, with more recovery in there. But I mean, if you want to train your quads, sitting back and going really wide isn't going to be the best thing for your quads.
Mm-hmm.
So your technique also depends on what your goals are.
Yeah.
It's not as easy as just, I like that guy. I want to look like him when I squat.
It always circles back to what's the objective and staying focused on the objective, right?
And that goes back to thought. You got to put a little thought into it.
Yes, but it's also very hard for people to stay focused on an objective for a long time.
That's true.
You know, so that, I mean,
didn't we talked about like the average length somebody goes to the gym one time?
It's not
was
long.
It like 4 years or something like that?
If that, I mean, if you're talking average,
yeah, like the average person,
a day.
Like one day, they go to the gym for one day.
Probably a day or two. I mean, if you want to go average across the entire spectrum, I mean, I'm sure there is.
Because I mean, really, if you think about it, how many people, I mean, we probably know quite a few people because we're in this industry, but it's a small amount of people. Like all the people I trained with, I know very few of them that still train like I train.
Well,
as often as I do.
I mean, when you're talking everybody, you got to look at a health club industry, which is made up of having 10 times, 20 times, 100 times more members than they could actually ever fit in the
our goal is to sell as many memberships as we can and have as few of those people actually show up as possible.
Yeah, and that's the business model. So if you're going to say everybody, that's included in that model, and that kills it. Now, if you're going to talk people that train in more hardcore, serious,
I mean, like
gyms,
powerlifters, how often? What do you think the average powerlifter competes for?
Oh, it's longer than what people think. It certainly is. You know, I don't know. I don't know, right? Because there's ways to figure it out. I mean, if I gave a fuck, wanted to hire somebody to download the whole database on open powerlifting, you could figure it out. But I would probably speculate and guess that 80% or more lift in one meet, never lift again. Right. Yeah. And that's why there's 200 and some thousand powerlifters that are listed on open powerlifting, whatever it is. So that's always going to be the vast majority, always. Right. Now, the better question would be how many people that have done 3 meets, how long do they last?
Yeah.
That would be where I think we're getting into what you're talking about. And that's probably 4 or 5 years if I was to guess. It's going to be a little longer. And it depends because it's after every few years becomes another obstacle, big one. And you may gain, once you're committed to it, you're going to make gains pretty solid for 2-3 years. And then all of a sudden, shit gets hard, right? Then most people, not most, but I'd say, let's say half quit, right? Because they just don't want to take the time to do the nutrition or the sleep or the recovery. You can get away with a lot of shit for the first 3 years. Yeah. Very easy. Yeah. Then after that, you got to start dialing.
Well, plus you start looking at going, okay, this year I'm going to put on 10 pounds on my bench.
Yes.
A year for 10 pounds.
Yeah. So if we assume that there is a genetic potential, a genetic cap for each person, the closer you get to that, obviously the harder it is to make gains, but the closer you get to that, everything matters.
Yes.
The further away from that, not everything, hardly anything matters at the beginning to get stronger. So as you work up that, it weeds people out because everything matters and they're not willing to do everything.
Right.
They're not willing to rest, sleep, do the things that are opposite of what they had to do here. That's the fucking biggest clusterfuck. Is everything that worked here and won't work here. Actually, the complete opposite does. Here, you got to train hard. You got to do a lot. You got to do stupid shit. Up here, you can't do any stupid shit. Yeah. You got to train optimal as fuck. You can't do anything that's not necessary.
It's honestly, that was one of the hardest things for me was not training as much. That really sucked. That was a big struggle for me. And then one of the reasons I leaned more towards spreading my training out as opposed to like, hey, I'm going to deload because I think I was running into the same thing that Mark Bartley was at the same time. And I remember with his group, he's like, okay, I'm just going to deload everybody every 4th week. And I was like, I don't want to deload. I don't want to take a whole week. Like that would suck. So instead I went, no, instead of doing this in 7 days, let's do it in, I think we first went to 8 and then we went to 10 and then we went to 12. And which is another funny thing about why do people want to train on a 7-day work? I think a 7-day work week sucks.
Well, it does, but if you have a crew that changes
hard not
things,
to.
It's hard not to. So that kind of straps you into that.
Yeah. But I mean, it's like we just tend to have this thinking sometimes of, well, everyone has done it. It's like, well, I don't give a shit if everyone's done it. It doesn't make it right.
Yeah. Well, they've done it because it's easier to schedule.
Yeah.
You know, so a microcycle doesn't have to be 7 days.
But I always liked, like, I like that the stronger and stronger you get, it's almost like you can't, now you have this ability to push yourself so hard that you don't get to do the sessions as crazy as you used to, because you used to recover from them. And I love telling stories of the dumbest shit I've done, because I'm usually grinning from ear to ear because it still makes me laugh because it was fun as hell. But it's like, I got to control myself and go, do you want to win the fucking meet? Do you want the world record? And you can't be stupid. Or you got to decide that, okay, I don't want that. I want to train stupid. Yeah. Because it's fun.
Like I said, it's a choice. You know, it's just, it's hard. It's a hard one to figure out. Like I said, I don't think you know the answer to that one until you're done.
Yeah.
I really don't.
So, but for me, it made sense to like, well, let's try and spread it out, give myself a little more rest. Then I can go a little crazier in my training.
Yeah. Or recover.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give myself more time to recover from my crazy training.
Yeah. Yeah. I got to piss again, so I think we're going to shut this down.
Okay.
Any final thoughts? That's a good one.
Just think.
Oh my God, I shouldn't laugh. I'm going to piss my pants. Say something, man.
Just think. Start using your brain. Your brain needs to be trained just like your body.
All right. Is that it?
That's it.
All right. We're done. We're done. Hey guys, if you're a strength athlete, coach, trainer, or practitioner, the Swiss Symposium in Columbus, Ohio at the Easton Town Center, time's running out. It's October 21st, and we have a $200 discount running right now. As I said, seats are starting to fill. So head over to elitefts.com, register today. I want to call out the limited edition apparel. The link is in the description. As I've spoken about before, the limited edition apparel is apparel that I basically come up with. So some of the designs suck, some of them not so much. It's a weird thing. The ones that I think are going to do really well usually don't. The ones that I think aren't going to do really well do really well. Either way, they're all limited runs, so it changes, you know, every single month. But all limited edition items are tri-blend material with, you know, the cut that everybody wants now that's a little bit tighter on their arms so they can show off how big their fucking arms are. The limited edition items directly support the podcast. So head over, pick up your shirt today. Could be a hoodie, could be shorts. We got these ball hugger shorts right now, which I would never wear, but I was told they were super popular. But you know what? They were wrong because they're still sitting there and I probably should discount them right now. Anyhow, if you want to see the discount on the ball hugger shorts, head over to the limited edition apparel, link in the description box.